All right, we just about ready? It is. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to call together the Goochland Board of Supervisors 2 p.m. meeting on June 7th. We will start our meeting, as we always do, with an invocation. We are pleased to have with us Pastor David Nelson from Smyrna Baptist Church, and then Mr. Peterson will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able. Okay. All right, I'll go this way. Our Father God, this afternoon it's a privilege to be able to come together as a group of people in government, but for the people. And we thank you for being present here today. And I thank you personally for the fact that we open in prayer at all. And we do pray, Father, for your wisdom. You did say, if any lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all men openly. And so we do pray for that as these people try to lead and guide in the affairs of this big county. We pray that you will bless our time here today, bless the meeting, bless those who've come for various reasons. And we pray that we will sense your presence here as we together try to labor in the areas of government and for all the issues that arise, good and bad. We pray that you will give us a balanced view on all these matters. And we pray these things looking for your hope and your grace in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And Pastor Nelson, thank you so much. All right. Looks like a great group today. First off, I would like to, in the chair's comments, congratulate all of our Goochland graduates. I hope that whatever endeavors they embark upon, they would remember that no matter where they wind up, they are always a member of this great community. My hope is that the values that they learned here will help guide them, and if they go beyond our borders, that they would take those values with them to positively influence those around them. So congratulations to all our graduates. Also like to talk about the fact that in 2 weeks, we will officially be welcoming Mr. Carpenter as our county administrator, which means this is potentially, if all things go as planned, Ms. Alvarez's last meeting as interim county administrator. I'd like to thank him and share my gratitude. When we began thinking about an interim county administrator and who we needed to stand in the gap, Manny checked all the boxes. Not only did Manny have respect from the community and from the staff, but he had respect to the staff, something the staff greatly needed. Your staff worked and got on board very quickly and responded. Together, Manny, you and your team were able to deliver what was most important to this board. You helped us emerge from COVID and bring back smiles to those that work in this building. You worked with our county and elected leaders and staff to deliver a solid budget that stewards the tax dollars, fills needs of leaders, and your staff delivered that solid budget and moved many, many projects along the way. And while budgets and projects are important, they're not necessarily the things that leave a legacy. I don't think anybody expected you to leave a legacy in just the 3 months that we asked you to do this. And just short 8 months later, here we are. And I would argue that you did just that. And in typical Alvarez fashion, you left a legacy that will be enriched for years because you've raised up and brought in key leaders in huge roles in our county, and you're leaving behind those folks to carry on the vision that you've set for them, and you've also helped elevate people's roles within the organization. On top of that, you'll hopefully be reminded every time you drive down Whitehall Road when you leave your home of the fire station that will soon be there. So it's an absolute honor to work alongside you as chair. I won't forget the many lessons that we've learned together as we're figuring out our new roles. I think I'd be sad today, but if history proves true, you don't really tend to go very far. So in some ways, I know you'll be serving the community in some new, exciting ways. I thank you, Mr. Alvarez, for your exemplary service.
Thank you, Neil. Final comments.
Your mic.
I think
Your mic.
Neil kind of stole my. I was going to thank everybody and thank the board. I still will. I think again, it's one of those things that I've kind of fallen on me that I never expected. I never expected to be a supervisor. Never expected to be a county administrator, and here I am. And so my wife says she likes her life to be kind of like a flat line, and I do this to her all the time. So this was another one of those things. And I don't remember when she figured it out, but I was talking about it. I was considering after Mr. Young left, and she's like, "You're not going to do this, are you?" No, I'm not going to do it. And then eventually she says, "You're doing it, aren't you?" So anyway, but that's the way it goes. I really want to thank the team. When I came on board, I kind of knew what was going on in the county. I never really stayed that far away, but I didn't expect to have to work on a referendum project. Redistricting was coming up. We had the AAA rating that we had to prepare a presentation and present to these rating agencies, and I couldn't have done any of it without the team we have here. And I'm going to mention, I know I'll leave somebody behind, but Barbara Horlacher, our finance director, I know very little about finance, so that was key for me. And everything else in the county, Joanne and her team, our planning and community development team is amazing. And all I did really was kind of provide a little buffer from them, from the public or from the board. But they do everything. And then Tara McGee has been amazing. On redistricting, she kind of really took the lead. But the entire county team is just unbelievable. And I couldn't have done any of it without my right hand and my scheduler and the person that yells from the other side of the wall, "Mr. Alvarez, you're late." And that's Lisa. So unfortunately, she helped me gain weight because she wanted me to bring donuts every Friday. So that's not good. But it's been a great 10 months, actually. I think tomorrow, the day after, will be 10 months. But we've accomplished a lot. As Mr. Spoonhauer mentioned, getting the land for the fire station was huge. The process was already underway from years ago, but finally making it happen was great. Hopefully we'll get the West Creek station in the next few weeks, but it'll probably be PM, post-Manny. Anyway, that's all I have to say on that. Thank you all again, and the public, because you've been very good at giving me a little time to figure things out. So the rest of my comments, the Goochland County's July 4th fireworks will take place on Monday, July 4th at 9 p.m. at the sports complex right next door. Parking will be open at 7 p.m. There will be parking at Goochland Elementary, Goochland Middle, and Goochland High School complex. The rain date is Tuesday, July 5th. So that's what we are actually, one of the things on the agenda today is to move the board meeting from Tuesday, July 5th to Wednesday, because that's a rain date. And we like having fireworks during our meetings, but not outside. Anyway, so that's those are all my comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, great.
Thank you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. All right, board, do we have any requests to postpone agenda items, additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation? Okay, hearing none. Now is the time for our citizen comment period. We'll have 3 minutes to come to the microphone. Please give us your name and address. And this is for things that aren't on today's or this evening's agenda. So I'll open the citizen comment period.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Cook Johnson. My address is 4151 Drew Ridge Drive, Louisa, Virginia 23093, and that is located in the Haydensville area of Goochland County. I'm here today as chairman of the electoral board. I came in from mowing, so I will apologize only for my appearance because I didn't get dressed up. I wanted to address the incorrect information that was sent out by the State Board of Elections that had polling information on it on these postcards that went out a couple of weeks ago. I've received calls. I'm sure the registrar has received calls. I want the citizens of Goochland County and the supervisors to know that the registrar was not responsible for this. We knew, the electoral board knew, that they were going to send these out. We had asked for our information to be updated because all of the information was not. Because we were not having a primary, the state board locked the registrar out of the state system so that he could not finish updating. Part of it was done, but for the congressional part, but all of the rest was not updated. And so there wasn't actually, we were not at fault for that because the state board, because there were primaries going on in other congressional districts, they sent it out all over the state. I frankly feel it's not only a huge waste of money, but it is also very expensive because of the misunderstanding that people have. So if people have complaints, they should address them to the State Board of Elections. I'll just say that. Although if they want to call me, they can. Third, people will receive another card before the general election in November with the correct information. Now, Mr. Mulligan is in the process. He called the new commissioner of elections and asked permission, and she allowed him to get into the system because we had been pushed out. So that he is in the process of updating all the information. But you should know that the information on our website, on the county website, is accurate. That if you put in your address, you will get where you vote, and it will be correct. But by the time you get a new postcard, at least 15 days, that's what the state code says, before the general election, but it'll be much sooner than that, I hope. It will have the correct information for everything. I want to mention that there is a difference between precinct and polling place. Some people's precinct stayed the same, but their polling place has changed. And I just want to explain that in District 2 and District 3, all of the polling places have changed. The new polling places in District 2 are the Chief Cornerstone Church that used to be at Smyrna Church right next door, and the Central High Community Center on Dogtown Road that used to be at the Registration Center. And then in District 3, the Animal Shelter is the new polling place for one of the District 3 precincts, and that's on Fairgrounds Road. And then Randolph Elementary School is the location for the other. And last month, the board members went and inspected all four of those locations and really they are much safer. And they have plenty of and are out of where there's so much traffic. It's just much safer. So we think that people will be pleased once they get used to it. I'll just remind you the county website is www.goochlandva.us. If you want to look up, just put in your address. I'll say it again, put in your address and you'll get the correct polling place. You can also call the registrar's office. Don't kill me. The number is 804-556-5803. I'll repeat one more time. You will get a new card with the correct information. If you want to fuss, call the State Board of Elections. And I thank you for your time. I'm going home and finish mowing before it starts raining.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, other citizen comments?
Tim Moore, 2173 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Savage, Virginia, 23103. I would like to donate my time to Linda Moore.
Thank you.
So I get 6 minutes, right?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to check. I'm Linda Moore. I live at 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin, Sabbath, Virginia. First of all, I would like to thank every one of you for your support through this tremendously frustrating events with my brother, who moved, who moved down to Virginia as a result of my mother passing away. He has intellectual disability. He has developmental delays, and he has mental health issues. This is my beautiful brother. He's a person. But however, in this system, my brother is not a person. He is a slot. He is a bed. He is a syscore. He is everything except for a person. This system was designed to allow my brother to live in the community that which he chooses. He has chosen Goochland County as his residence. However, right now, the system is so damaged that his choice of where he wants to be provided with services is at risk. Right now in Virginia, believe it or not, these group homes are closing at record-breaking speeds, leaving a number of people like my brother, John, without any option of living in the community that they choose. It also is closing what's called ICFs, which is the old institution, are closed. Okay? It's the beds in the acute care when my brother had a full-out mental breakdown are limited, extremely limited, leaving families like mine without any way of providing what we need 24/7 for our loved ones. Even though he has this wonderful waiver called the Community Living Waiver, it's no good when you cannot find providers to provide these services. And even when you do find providers, they could quit on you with less than 10 days notice, and the group home can close, like my poor brother was subjected to in Chesterfield County. This is no way for this Commonwealth to treat a resident of Virginia. It's just so broke that I can tell you that I have spent days and hours in order to get my brother residency and filled out all the paperwork and got him this wonderful waiver that was supposed to be, only to have my heart ripped out from under me when he gets into a placement and they issue you 10 days to get your brother out, okay? That's just, no person or family should be subjected to this. To make it even worse, I was getting him services through the CSB, Goochland Powered Hand CSB, and they decided to close him because he is in the crisis right now. And there's nothing I can do about it. It's out of my hands. They didn't have to do it, but they decided that he's no longer eligible for services that he needs. I had to fight like crazy, and Neil will tell you, to get even seen by the director of this. It was humiliating. It was stressful. And Neil, my medical history. I could have gone out at any time. I'm sorry, the time's up. But this is, I know that the Goochland, in the words of Ned Creasy, everybody knows Ned, Goochland takes care of Goochland, residents. So I'm hoping that there will be some kind of resolve with talking with the executive director. He has up to 90 days to approve his case, and after the 90 days, I do have the option of appealing, but I need for common sense to rule. He will be in Goochland County 56 hours a week. That's 8 hours a day. He will be in Goochland County. Goochland is also managing his Project Lifesaver because he's a Goochland resident. The Handle with Care is in place for my brother here in Goochland. The sheriff's office is not willing to cut him off. So please, I know this is not the right venue, but yesterday I was supposedly the right venue, and they told me it wasn't the right venue. So I don't know where to go. I have no roadmap for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you for sharing your situation with us. Any other citizen comments?
Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road, chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District and a Goochland Farm Bureau director. And I'm just going to take a moment to give you an update on some of the agricultural activity. It's not often a Scots Presbyterian will toot his own horn, but I do want to recognize that the Monacan District, for the first time ever, has distributed over $1 million in cost share support to the ag community in the district, 70% of which did go to Goochland producers. So this is the first time in the 24-year history of the district that over $1 million in cost share money has been distributed. So it was through some efforts and through the support of this board that has allowed us to increase our staff and to reach out to the ag community here in the district. So thank you for the support you continue to show, not the least of which are the offices we have out at the Central Community Center. The state budget is still a work in progress, but we're projected to have almost $1,700,000 allocated to us. And one of my colleagues at Monacan says, we can't invent farmers. I mean, we are working with the ag community, but given that there are fewer and fewer farms in the district, we have fewer and fewer people to reach out to. So Mr. Alvarez has been very supportive and helpful, as Mr. Buzzard, in trying to develop database approaches to where we can find and identify producers, specifically in Goochland. I'm a little, I guess we'll say, parochial in that I really do like to work on the Goochland folks, but Powhatan is part of the district too. So hopefully we can exceed what we've accomplished this year, but don't be surprised if we come and ask for some support administratively just to access data. We do have our Memorandum of Understanding that's up for renewal in August. That would be PM, post-Manny. But we do want your input. What do you want to see Monacan doing to support the efforts the county has with its overreaching 85% of the county staying open and rural? And so we're looking for that kind of input. We do also have one of our directors is appointed by the State Water Soil Board. That gentleman is not going to seek reappointment. If we can access the county website to post that information so people can apply if they want to be a director without the onus of having to stand for election, that opportunity will exist. And finally, I just want to say that those who did get to attend the Rasswick Spring Jubilee saw a pretty neat exhibit of some of the conservation effort, not conservation, but rural efforts that exist here in the county. And Mr. Alvarez, excuse me for my accent, but vaya con Dios. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Horn. I live at 3205 Doublebrook Road in Goochland. And I'm here today, and it's a great pleasure to be here today to once again thank this entire community, as well as the board, for an amazing celebration of our students. We had support from Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Services and our Sheriff Department at so many events recently. I think I've seen every employee of those departments multiple times with smiles and just totally engaged with our community. Thank you to the community, those who were at celebrations and those who tolerated the additional traffic and the firework noise. Everyone in this community came out and has celebrated our students and their many achievements. And we did so safely. So we had, at our high school graduation, we had to add an additional level of safety. And everyone was so respectful of that. And we also had additional staff of our own school systems volunteering at those. So families, children, people that just live in this community, our safety professionals, everyone has celebrated our students and helped to keep them safe during this very important time. So again, thank you to everyone in this community, and especially to our Fire, Rescue, Emergency, and Sheriff's Department for working in collaboration with our school leaders who have done such a great job to organize these events. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Anyone else for citizen comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close the citizen comment period. And it certainly wouldn't be a business meeting without reports, so we will go ahead and kick off our reports with our report from VDOT. Mr. Wen.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Alvarez, we'll be talking to you after you leave, so I do have your cell number. Just a few things this month. We had 121 work orders, completed 103, had 9 call-outs this past month. The debris removal for Goochland County was completed May 30th with a total number of 278,289 cubic yards of debris removed, which equals about 6,500 loads of debris came from Goochland. They're still working in Hanover now and should be complete by the end of this week. So 3 Chop Road will come back to its original state once all that those trucks are gone. I know we've had a few issues with trucks running up and down 3 Chop and some areas getting broken up, but they will be repaired once this contractor gets out of our way. Cape Seal schedule has been completed. First cycle of primary mowing was completed last week. Secondary cycle will start next week for secondary roads. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Short and sweet this month. I don't know if y'all have any questions. Please let me know.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Mr. Wayne, I got something from Mr. Sharp, who is feeling under the weather. he forwarded this to me and talked to me this morning. And I'll probably just end up forwarding this email to you from somebody on Beaver Dam Creek, back in Beaver Dam Creek on Lou Lane. And Mr. Sharp said that the gentleman that wrote to him is accurately describing the challenges on Beaver Dam Creek Road. There's a lot of blind spots that this person talks about, blind corners and hills, and you know where I'm talking about, that Strawberry Run and back in there. And I feel the same way. I've seen pedestrians and folks. You have to just be very careful going in there. This person is just saying, is asking us to do anything we can to put some traffic slowing measures in place, signs or warning signs along there. And I believe he doesn't say where, but Lou Lane is all the way back in there. But certainly, as you come in there are some real blind turns. And Mr. Sharp added that the Amazon and FedEx trucks kind of add to the problem coming in and out of there.
Just send me that email if you don't mind. Send me the location.
I'll send you.
We'll look at it.
Send you. And I just thought maybe I'm saying it in public because other board members may be familiar with that location and can vouch for me. But yeah, I think more and more people are starting to walk around there as people are getting out, and so I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. Ms. Lasclette?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wynn. So did you get the message about the mowing on 606 and 601?
Yes, that should have been taken care of.
Okay, I haven't been by there in the
Okay.
last couple of days. Yeah, just you'll need to keep that on your schedule every year because
Right.
it grows up at that intersection.
Yeah.
Very much.
Okay.
Good answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wynn, thank you for that report. As you may or may not be aware, there's a fair amount of construction going on in the eastern part of the county,
Right.
and the heavy construction trucks tend to be pretty tough on the roads. And I know you have a normal replacement cycle, normal paving and pothole filling. I would just ask that you try to stay current on that repaving, given the abnormally high.
Talking about on Hockett Road. pretty obvious.
Boy, nothing can get past you, Ken.
I know we do have a schedule for Tuckahoe Creek
Parkway
this year, and then the eastern end next year. But we'll certainly keep an eye on that because I know it's booming, in that corridor.
Yes, if it's normally a whatever, and then you say or whatever, it may not be good for another whatever. But,
Right, understood.
But nothing gets past you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Wynn.
All right.
Would Sandy Hook Road be considered a primary or secondary road?
Sandy-
522.
Yeah, primary.
Okay, because they're just mowing that today.
Yeah.
And you said all primaries were done as of last
Yeah,
week.
they should be completed by the end of the day.
Are they behind in schedule? Because I felt like.
Well, yeah, because of the rain we had the first week we started. We had
Okay.
2 or 3 days of rain that really messed us up. We wanted to try to get it done before Memorial Weekend, but it didn't happen.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I just noticed we were driving around last weekend and there's a lot of areas that hadn't been touched yet. So
Yeah.
definitely need to keep on that. So, all right. Anything else for this one? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great one. Thanks for being here. All right. Next we have our fire and rescue. We have Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief. I am really proud and thankful all at the same time this afternoon to come before you and have a special presentation, some really good news to share with you about a young lady in our community and also a student of Goochland High School and the Goochland County Public Schools for many years. The amazing work she did to avert a major emergency in her home. And at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Armstrong from the county schools to join us, as well as Fire Marshal Doug Davies and Deputy Chief Watkins and Captain Brandon Profit. I'd like to call Mrs. China Tyler forward. If you would come up, ma'am, and stand with us as I tell the board and the community all the good things that you did. So on the evening of May 15th at 9:21 p.m., companies 3, 2, and 5, trucks 605 and 601 responded to the Oilville area for a structure fire. While en route, the Emergency Communications Center provided several updates, including the fire was in the kitchen, possibly spreading to other parts of the home. 3 people were safely outside, and no one was injured. and the 911 caller was a 15-year-old resident of the home. Deputy Chief Gordon and Captain Prophet arrived on scene at 9:30 p.m., reporting nothing showing from a residential structure. Mrs. China Tyler was home with her younger siblings when she acted to extinguish a fire in her kitchen, dialed 911, moved everyone and a pet outside safely to wait for the fire department's arrival. Her actions averted a much worse and tragic situation, both life safety and property damage. Mrs. Tyler tells us that what she learned what to do was from fire safety education that she attended in Randolph Elementary School here in the county. Because of her quick thinking and correct actions, the fire was contained to the kitchen. We found it already extinguished, but smoke in the home, and damage was limited to also the floor covering and some cabinet doors. I also know the homeowners of this particular property. I'm not sure if any one of the two is in the audience behind me today, but I can tell you that they're just ecstatic about the fact of the actions that you took and saved the home, but more importantly, no one was injured and you got your brothers outside safely. So congratulations for doing that great work. And as the fire rescue chief, I would like to present you a certificate. It says, for your quick thinking and heroic actions during the emergency incident at your home, safely evacuating your family and calling 911, Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services sincerely appreciates your invaluable assistance. June 7th, 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go over to you. So you never want to miss an opportunity to recognize a young person who does great things like that, or the collaboration between the fire rescue department and the county schools. And every year we all work hard to try to be in the schools, particularly doing fire prevention week, usually in October, to try to do as much fire safety education as we can, or any opportunity that we're in the public to do so. And we really appreciate that relationship that we have with Dr. Armstrong, Dr. Raley, and Dr. Geyer, all making that possible. So the report was submitted. It was a rather long report this time. I know we missed our normal report out. I believe it was scheduled in April, so the report was much longer than normal, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have. I have a few things that just to mention, highlights of the report, and some things that may have happened since we submitted the report. Fire rescue has been extremely busy, particularly over the last 7 to 10 days, and we've also celebrated EMS Week. That was the May 15th through the 21st, and they also would like to mention that hurricane season has started officially as of June 1st. And it goes all the way through November 30th. As far as hurricane season goes, if you need information, contact the Fire Rescue Department. We'd be glad to provide you information. But it is recommended that everyone should have a 3-day supply of emergency items on hand in case you're without power or we are in any type of tropical weather during this period. Additional information can be found on VDEM's website as far as what that emergency kit should be composed of, and again, we'd be glad to help anybody if they had any questions. I mentioned we've been really busy since the Memorial Day weekend. We've answered over 110 calls, and some of those have been significant incidents. Our water rescue team has been extremely busy. The Memorial Day weekend, the river levels were running as high as 12 feet. They normally run anywhere from 2 to 3 feet this time of year, and we had citizens that did get on the water, and many of whom got in trouble. The water rescue team made 8 rescues in the Maidens area and up by Powhatan State Park, as well as 1 pet. I'll tell you, and we'll talk more about this at a future meeting, but I can tell you that one of the rescues we made, the individual was in distress and actually went under the water, and we had one of our members in our boats that went in the water to save that particular person who was in distress. In addition to that, we assisted the city of Richmond 3 days last week. Thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the two ladies that were killed when they went over the Bossiers Dam. Fire rescue provided a boat and a crew, and we assisted the city of Richmond and Henrico County with conducting searches there in the James River around Belle Isle and Pony Pastures and the Bossiers Dam. In addition to that, we've had multiple EMS calls. There have been vehicle accidents. Just prior to this meeting, all the guys that came up were out on 64. We had an accident, Interstate 64 westbound with entrapment, and we used MedFlight 1 to airlift the patient to a trauma center in the Richmond area. So the trend is unfortunately continuing. There have been 3 house fires in the community over the last 7 to 10 days, 2 of which had significant damage. One was in the Mannequin area, and one was in the Shannon Hill area, the Tapscott Road area. And I'll tell you that crews worked hard on both scenes to do the best we could to control the fire and limit the damage. I'm happy to report that there were no injuries in either fire. I'm sorry to report that one of the houses, the one there on Tapscott Road, was severely damaged in fire. There was another one that I mentioned in the Rock Castle area prior to those two. And I mentioned that because the damage wasn't that significant there. But 2 of the 3 house fires, there's some connection to a lawnmower being used to cut the grass, mow the grass, and then inside the garage. And then the next thing you know, the lawnmower's on fire, and that sets the house on fire. We've seen this before over the years, but it's a little odd to have 2 similar situations like this in a week. So I just want to urge everyone that if you do use your lawnmower and you cut your grass, and I'm not saying that these citizens didn't do exactly what I'm recommending, because one actually certainly did, but just please make sure that your lawnmower has cooled off, that you've been able to make sure that it's not hot before you put it in your garage. And in both situations, the garage was attached to the home. So I just wanted to mention that. Certainly, if anyone needs a smoke alarm, speaking of house fires, if anyone needs a smoke alarm, we have those at no cost, and we'd be happy to come out and put those up. All you would have to do is contact our Fire Rescue Administration office at 804-556-5304, or stop or call any of the local fire stations, and we can make that happen for you. COVID is definitely on the rise. The positivity rate is up, and the hospitals are full. I mention that just because in the last 72 hours or so, we've noticed that a couple of the hospitals that we visit on a regular basis in the Richmond area, they're closed to ambulances. They're full. Some of their specialty services, such as cath labs and things of that sort that normally stay open even when they're busy, were also advertised as being closed because the hospitals were saturated. So we will do our best as a fire rescue department to take the patient to the hospital of their choice, or certainly sometimes protocol drives patients to certain facilities. But I just wanted you to know that we're still having to do some problem solving when choosing certain hospital destinations. I'm happy to report the COOP plan was finished. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. That was finished on your watch. We have finished our COOP plan for our county government, a continuity of operations plan. Certainly we practiced a lot of those portions of the plan that was assembled during COVID, and we're glad to have that in place as another emergency services type plan for the county government. We are conducting and just about finishing up with a pre-evaluation for our ISO rating for the county. And we're hoping to have the final report in just a short while, and we would be able to share it with the Board of Supervisors. And then possibly by the fall of the year, we could actually bring in the ISO group for the actual evaluation. And so hopefully we will be able to share that with you all very soon. Certainly, we always need volunteers, and just like Ms. China Tyler that was up here, could be a great prospective new volunteer. Already applied a lot of the skills, but if anyone wants to volunteer with Fire Rescue, we're always taking applications, and all you would have to do is to contact Fire Admin, go to our website, and we'd be happy to have applications because we don't have enough volunteers, and we're always looking for more volunteers. The last thing I'll just say is that our hiring process is moving along very well, and we're hoping to bring on the new employees that were granted July 1st, as well as some others that we have made offers to for vacancies that we had, and we should hopefully be able to report more next time we see you. Other than that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. We always thank you for your support.
Board? Ms. Lasclas?
I'd just like to say thank you, Chief. I know you gals have really been busy. I had marked like 4 or 5 things in the presentation that we received.
Yes,
and you answered all my questions.
I did?
Yes, you did. Okay. So thank you very much. Very good job.
I'll have to guess what they were. So.
I know, that's right.
Well, thank you all very much. The Fire Rescue Department, the men and women of the Fire Rescue Department do great work, and I'm proud to be their fire chief, and it's a real honor. And certainly if there's anything we can ever do for anyone, give us a call. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Chief. Next exciting time will be introduction of new county staff.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to do that today.
Oh, could you microphone, Mr. Roberts?
I have that honor today, since we have a new HR director. So I'll start on May 16th. Brandy Marion joined the Utilities Department as a senior customer service specialist. Mrs. Marion comes to Goochland County from the Virginia Department of Health and has many years of customer service experience, and she is not here. Also, Elizabeth Grayson, probably better known to most everybody here as Shannon Grayson, has joined the registrar's office as a deputy registrar on May 31st. She served as a unit administrative assistant for the Virginia Cooperative Extension in Goochland County for over 17 years, so she's not new to us. And then I have the honor of presenting to you Ms. Shalitha Dyson. Shalitha comes to Goochland County as the Director of Human Resources on June 1st. She started with us on June 1st. She has many years of human resource experience. Most recently, she worked as a Human Resources Division Chief for the City of Richmond, and they're very unhappy that we stole her. But we're happy to have her. She's already hit the ground running. And then last but not least, Carla Cave joined the finance team in Goochland as the Director of June 1st, 2022. Carla comes to us from Amelia County, where she was also the Director of Finance for almost 10 years. And welcome to Goochland, both all 4 employees. We look forward to working with you for many, many years.
Thank you. Welcome. Great stuff, Mr. Alvarez. All right. In our packets, we have our Planning and Development June Activity Report as well as our accounts payable. Any questions regarding those reports, Board? If not, I'll open it up to my colleagues for their individual board reports.
Real quickly, we had a, you were there?
I was there.
They weren't there.
Mr. Spoonhauer was there along with Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp is our representative on Plan RVA. Mr. Spoonhauer is our representative on CBTA, and Ms. Lasclette and I are representatives on the TPO, Richmond Regional TPO. And they had their, I guess, first joint meeting at the State Police facility down just north of Colonial
VDOT.
Heights. Well, VDOT/State Police facility, and just north of Colonial Heights. And we heard from the Secretary of Transportation, was the keynote speaker, and then we heard reports from all the different groups. That was pretty informative. And the Secretary made his ask of the region. They just want just $125 million from CVTA to complete the focus of his speech was to connect the Hampton roads in the Richmond region. So he said he made the same ask of the Hampton Roads Authority, but he also was real informative about the governor's priorities. And so I think, we're starting off we'll have some new changes at the TPO at the July meeting. So it's Goochland's turn to represent, or Goochland's turn to chair the regional TPOs. So Susan and I are going to arm wrestle over which one of us gets the honor. But no, we're looking forward to a good year from July to June at the TPO. And I think it ties nicely into the transportation meeting workshop we just had before. So I think everybody up here is finding we're getting more and more engaged in transportation, and a lot of exciting things happening in the region on that front.
Great.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Excellent update, Mr. Lumpkins. Great. Thank you guys for your hard work. From a CBTA perspective, I'm going to refrain from giving an update because I don't want to jinx this. Hopefully I'll have a stellar report next month, both from a awarding of projects as well as hopefully an announcement on hiring the executive director. Miss Patricia Page from New Kent County and myself are co-chairing the work group to hire the first ever director of the CBTA, and second round of interviews is coming up next week. So lots of interviewing going on. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you, board. Thanks for your service. We will now move into our consent agenda. At this time, Mr. Alvarez will review each item, and then I will look after the review for someone to make a motion to either take as a group, or if they'd like to pull an individual item out, can go ahead and do so at that time. Mr. Alvarez.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the consent agenda is a request to set a public hearing for July 6th to consider an ordinance adding County Code Section 10-73 for electronic summons system fee and amending our county fee schedule. This fee is a $5 fee that the General Assembly passed in 2017 or approved for us to impose it on violators, but we have to have an ordinance in order to do so. Currently, the state police already charges this fee, so our clerk has to decipher whether it's a state police summons or a county-issued summons, and then charge the rate appropriate for the case. And again, this is only to set a hearing for our July meeting. The next item on the agenda is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2023 Goochland County budget by budgeting and appropriating $77,000 in the building inspections budget and $42,000 in the fire administration budget to convert a part-time position to full-time for a fire commercial inspector. This position will be shared for between fire and building inspections. We had this position already approved, but as a part-time position, we could not find a candidate, and we feel as a full-time position, which is needed, it would be easier to fill it. The next item is providing authorization to the chair of the board to execute an amendment to the county administrator's employment agreement. The next item is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2022 budget by budgeting and appropriating $47,000 in the county general fund and authorizing fund transfers exceeding $7,500. And there are various things that go along with this. One of the $47,000 is actually for the clerk of the courts for work they've done protecting documents or restoring documents, historical documents. And so the work has already been done, and this is just to get a refund from the state government. There's $35,000 in grounds management department for budget omissions. This is something we missed in benefits. And then $20,000 in the Parks and Recreation Department for part-time staffing due to higher than anticipated participation fee. But these fees were collected through, or these costs were collected through fees recreation fees, so there's no new dollars. And then the number 6 is a resolution affirming support of and participation in the Firefly Fiber Broadband Regional Internet Service. As you know, this is not a direct agreement between us and Firefly. It includes state funding, so it's between us, Firefly, and also the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. They're the ones managing the agreement with the state. So we have to get that in place. And we have the final contract signed by the 2 localities, and this will give me approval to sign the final agreement. And then the last one I mentioned earlier is resolution changing the Board of Supervisors July 5th meeting to July 6th to cover in case there's a rain date necessary for the fireworks display on July 4th. And so the meeting would be held on Wednesday, July 5th instead of Tuesday. July 5th instead of Tuesday, July. All right, let me go back. Let me translate back to English again. So instead of July 6th or July 5th, we will hold the meeting on July 6th. Wednesday, July 6th. Wednesday, July 6th. Okay, that's it. Clear enough?
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Just a quick question. I know 4 and 5 were very similar. Did we speak about both of those? I thought we only maybe mentioned 4.
Oh, did I miss 5? Yeah, I think I missed 5. So 5 is actually, we have folks here from the schools. The request from schools was in your packet. What they're doing is they're requesting categorical transfers. There's no new dollars. It's just moving money from different categories so that they can provide a $1,500 retention stipend to school employees. And Dr. Armstrong is here if you have any more questions about that.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Alvarez.
I missed it.
That's okay.
The 5 and 6 kind of got me all
You missed
crossed
1 in
up.
10 months. We'll let it slide. All right, board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on any of the items?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On item 6, Mr. Alvarez, you did provide the board with a copy of the contract that you were signing?
Yes.
Or requested to be signing. Would that become part of the board packet?
That we can add it. We had a copy in the packet, but it was unsigned.
Right.
So we will add a copy of the signed
Okay.
document.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
And I'll ask it, but I understood what you're saying is the unsigned is the same thing that we just have.
Yes,
Nothing
the
has
agreement didn't
changed.
change any.
Thank you.
And it's been reviewed by our wonderful attorneys for conformity.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, we can do a voice vote on this. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda items and passing them as a slate, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll move into new business. And up first in new business is our presentation by our General Registrar, Ryan Mulligan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board, for having me. Yes. Plug it. Okay. Make sure this is right. Yes. Okay. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to let you know what we've been up to recently and what's coming down the road. First of all, I'd like to present the for 2022. 20,507 active voters in the county. Normally I have this broken out by precinct, but since we're in the redistricting time, it would look really weird. But we have total 20,507 active voters, 20,994 total voters, and that leaves us with 487 inactive voters. Our net gain since this time last year, we've gained 777 total voters. That is 670 active, and our inactive have increased by 107 since this time last year. Also, I'd like to update you on some new legislation that's coming. Actually, in 2021, a law passed, I have a misspelling there, pre-registration of voters 16 years of age or older. That passed in 2021, but had a delayed enactment until this year. So starting October 1st of 2022, we can actually pre-register 16-year-olds, and then they automatically become registered when they're eligible. Also, now the registrar will be receiving list of decedents weekly. It used to be monthly. So every month we would get sent a list of those who have passed away. Now it's going to be weekly. Also, the law concerning risk limiting audits was changed a little bit. It used to say it was for the reason of proving the accuracy of voting machines. That has been removed. And also the counties that were to take part in the risk limiting audits were supposed to be chosen by random. And that verbiage has also been removed. And then some of the parts of this code have a delayed enactment of 2023, and then some other parts have delayed enactment of 2024. So by 2024, everything in this new code should be in effect. And basically what this says is every county or every locality in the state has to take part in one of these risk limiting audits at least once every 5 years. And it's to be chosen by the Department of Elections and to follow their kind of rules for conducting it. And then finally, the big one for us is reporting absentee results by precinct. Up until now, absentee results are kind of in their own precinct, and there's no way of knowing of those who voted in which precinct. Well, we can tell you numbers as far as this many people in this precinct voted absentee. We couldn't give you the results broken out by precinct. So that's now going to be the first year we have to do that. I'm going the wrong way, sorry. All right, so some accomplishments since this time last year. We had a successful gubernatorial election in November with 73% turnout, which, again, is highest in the state. We had multiple polling place changes for that election, and now we have more coming due to redistricting. We successfully had that election while implementing all of the 2021 legislation. It was the required drop-off locations for return of absentee ballots, the absentee cure process of reaching out to voters whose ballots came back and would have been ineligible otherwise. We reached out to them, and so they had a chance to come in and fix those. We implemented the permanent absentee voter list that voters can sign up to be on, and they get their ballots sent to them every year until they're removed from the list. And finally, reporting in-person absentee or early voting results separately from other absentee results. And then finally, our biggest accomplishment is redistricting. You may see a little asterisk there. As Pamela Johnson said earlier during citizen comment, we have run into some hiccups as far as finishing the local redistricting part, as far as getting voters in the voter registration system up to date. But I did take part in the redistricting process as part of that team, and also I have updated the voter registration system as far as congressional, state, Senate, and House of Delegates for all voters in the county. And now I've recently been let back in to do the local redistricting. I'm not sure when that will be complete, especially a lot of the state is having primaries right now, and we're not allowed to change voter registration during the 22-day period leading up to an election. Our goals is to have a successful 2022 general election while implementing all those new laws that I spoke of earlier. Complete the redistricting process. We are moving towards new electronic poll books and a new electronic poll book software. And also, we hope to have successful 2023 primaries. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Mulligan. Any questions?
Quick question, just
Yes.
my curiosity. You said that the decedent death data is coming to you now weekly?
Starting July 1st.
Where does that, just totally, just curious, where does that data come from?
Different, like usually it's the Social Security Administration.
That's what I thought,
Yeah.
but this is a state I was wondering how the state legislature could change, pull the data, or?
No, it's sent to me. I'm not sure. It comes to me from the state. I'm not sure where they get it from. They get it from a lot of different places, and then they send it to me monthly.
So what's the change that you have to, your job is now to look at it every week or something?
Well, my job is to remove people that are sent to me in this list, and it used to only be sent to me once a month. Now it's being sent to me once a week. Every week I get that list.
Gotcha, okay.
Or I will, starting July 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lasclette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Mulligan, back on the legislation.
Yes.
Is this the year that we're doing same-day registration?
No, I believe that has a delayed enactment.
Okay, so that won't be happening in 22.
It shouldn't be.
I know it shouldn't be. But okay, so
Yeah.
you don't think? Okay, I
It
knew
definitely
it was
hasn't-
coming. I just didn't know when.
Yeah, it might have been put. It definitely, as far as I know, it didn't. It passed, but there's delayed enactment of it.
Okay, and I know a lot of those election laws, there were delayed enactments.
Right.
I mean, you could do it on any legislation, obviously, but some of because it took some more work.
Right.
They were delaying them.
Yeah, we're being told we have to do it, but there's no process in place for how to
So
handle
you don't
it,
anticipate doing that this year?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, if you find out differently, you'll let us know, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Ms. Lasclette. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Mulligan, thank you so much for your time. All right, next we will have our presentation of the Public Utilities Annual Report. Mr. Longshore.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am Matt Longshore, Director of Public Utilities, and I am pleased to present our FY22 annual report to you this afternoon. So, I can figure this one out. All right. So, a quick overview of our department is we're responsible for providing public water and sewer services to over 2,200 residential and commercial customers every day. A quick breakdown of those numbers is we have just under 1,900 residential accounts currently and almost 340 commercial accounts. So some of our commercial customers include the likes of Capital One, Madarva, Hardywood, just to name a few. So it's safe to say that thousands of county residents and business employees use our services on a daily basis. And the way we're able to provide those services are we currently operate and maintain 9 sewer pump stations, 2 water booster stations, 1 chloramine booster station, 3 water storage tanks, and about 166 miles of pipeline. So for this year, I wanted to somewhat put those numbers into perspective and help quantify what some of all of this growth that everyone's seeing is to our department, how it's impacting our department. So on a customer basis, last year in FY21, we had just over 2,000 customers. This year, we pulled these numbers just recently, so these numbers are about as fresh as we can get. We have 2,235 customers to date. So what that represents is about a 12% increase in our customer base just within the past year. And FY22 is not over with yet. So what that looks like as far as our infrastructure goes, in FY21, this time last year, we had about 152 miles of pipeline within our system. Over the past year, we've accepted 14 more miles of pipeline within the system to go along with some of these development projects. That represents a 9% increase of miles of pipeline in the system. And we all know it's not just pipeline, it's all the manholes, fire hydrants, valves, everything that goes with it, as well as the customers being attached to those pipelines. So, system usage, We last year in the courthouse system, we used approximately 84,000 gallons per day of water, and that represents an 8.4% of our total allocation with the Department of Corrections. For sewer usage, we use an average of about 46,000 gallons per day. Also, 34% of our total allocation with the Department of Corrections. On the east end, much larger system, a lot more customers. We use an average of just under 1.5 million gallons per day of water. That represents a 5.8% of our total allocation within Henrico County as our water provider on the east end. For sewer, we use around 620,000 gallons per day on average. That represents just over 4% of our total allocation with the City of Richmond. So some general functions of our department. First off, we complete routine water sampling, both of our systems. Monthly, we complete bacteriological sampling. Quarterly and annually, we complete disinfection byproduct sampling. That includes for contaminants such as haloacetic acids and trihalomethanes. We complete lead and copper sampling on a triennial basis. And once we perform all the sampling, get all these sampling results back, we compile all that data into a report. That's called a consumer confidence report. This report is posted on our website every year. So anyone with internet access can go to our website and view that report. If you don't have internet access, you can call our office and we will mail you a hard copy of the report. Another function of ours is utility locating. We are a member of the VA 811 organization, and we take damage prevention seriously in our department. So what VA 811 is, I think everyone knows, call before you dig. If a resident, a citizen, a contractor calls in what's called a locate ticket to VA 811, VA 811 then disseminates that information to all the utility owners in the area. And it's up to the utility owners, if they have a line in the area, to go out and mark that and clear the ticket. So in 2021, we responded to over 4,750 VA 811 locate tickets. Just crunching a couple quick numbers. That's about 18 tickets per day, so that keeps our staff very, very busy. We also provide construction inspections of all public utility infrastructure, and that's both on development projects and our own capital improvement projects. So every stick of pipe, every manhole, every fire hydrant, every valve, if it's going to be included in the public system, we want to watch it as it's built. We want to sign off on it at the end of the day and make sure it's built to our county standards and specifications. The graphic on the screen that you're looking at now is a sample report from one of our construction inspections, and we perform multiple inspections every day. We also take care of all of our customer billing. So we complete the customer billing process bi-monthly. Our staff goes out and reads over 2,200 meters on a bi-monthly basis, and then we move into the customer billing process. That's a very time and labor-intensive 2-week process. We have lots of quality control set points. Our checkpoints we have set up to make sure all of our customers receive the correct bill every time. We take a lot of pride in that. So except for printing and mailing of the bills, all of that is completed in-house. We also maintain a robust GIS database. GIS stands for Geographical Information System, and it's the tool, it's the software we use to keep track of the location and the attributes of all of our assets. So if we need to know where a pipe or a manhole, a hydrant's located, we can find that through GIS. If we need to know what size it is, what material it's made out of, all of that is tracked in GIS. We use GIS on a daily basis, both in the office to help us make decisions regarding projects, upcoming projects going on, help with our strategic planning, but our field staff also use it every day to locate things in the field and help with system repairs. So it's a very important tool for us. Some projects and accomplishments. Over the past year, we were able to complete the Jenkins Trailer Park Water Connection Project. For this project, we installed a public water system connection that serves about 30 mobile homes in the courthouse area. Construction of that project included over 100 feet of 6-inch pipeline. We installed a new fire hydrant for the neighborhood and put in a service connection and backflow preventer. This project was funded by VDH through their Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund program, and it was completed in December of 2021. Another project that's ongoing, has been ongoing for the past few years, but it's now full speed into construction, is the Hickory Haven Samory Forest Sewer Project. Again, it's currently under construction, and when this project is complete, it will provide sewer service to over 60 residences in the Hickory Haven and Samory Forest neighborhood. So with this project, I really can't overstate the success of this project is due heavily to the competence and professionalism of both our design team with Timmons Group and our contractor with G.O. Howard. The project is 70% complete to date, and we are very much looking forward to wrapping up this project later this year. So, just a couple more photos from this project. On the left, you can see the excavators getting ready to prepare the trench for the sewer pipe installations. On the right, you can see some manholes, manhole bottoms getting ready to be installed. And also, on the bottom right, it's just a photo of a gauge, but what that represents to us is vacuum testing of the manholes, just showing that even with our projects, we put our infrastructure through the ringer just like we do on development projects to make sure we're getting a good product at the end of the project. Another project we're working fervently on is the Eastern Goochland Pump Station Force Main Replacement Project. This project is currently in design by Dewberry Engineers. The scope of the project is that it will replace about 11,000 feet of 48-inch pipeline. We're going to be using both open cut and slip line construction techniques. There are several goals of this project. A primary goal is to increase the reliability of this pipeline. But also, there are other goals of this project are to protect the property of the residents that live adjacent to the pipeline, as well as protect the environment around the pipeline, so we don't experience another break like we did last year. So that project is, again, being designed as we speak. The 60% design plans were delivered to us last week from Dewberry. The graphic on your screen is a sneak peek of those plans. They're currently under review. We anticipate this project to go out to construction bidding in August of this year. We're pushing hard to make that happen with a November, December contract award timeframe. So, a couple other highlights from what we do every day is we review a lot of plans, right? So the plans we reviewed the past year covered about 45,000 linear feet of water and sewer lines and 470 new service connections. These plans are coming from development projects. We also installed 191 meters for new public utility customers last year and replaced 71 meters for existing customers as part of our metering system. As meters age out, we replace them and try to keep those meters as accurate as possible. So, additionally, and this is where I kind of get to brag on our staff a little bit, we achieved all the requirements we need to maintain our professional certifications. On our small but mighty staff, we have 6 licensed waterworks operators. We have 2 licensed professional engineers. We have a NASCO certified professional. And what that certification is for the assessment and documentation of gravity sewer pipelines. We also have a Virginia certified backflow prevention device worker and 3 notaries on staff. And so last, and certainly not least, here's a current snapshot of our staff. I like to tell folks, I get to be the one to stand up here and give the fancy presentations, but in reality, all the credit goes to these folks. Without the hard work, dedication, and commitment from these folks to the county, our department simply wouldn't run. So a big thank you to these folks, and with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Sure. Board?
That was very fancy.
Thank you. Yeah. I really put an emphasis on the fanciness this year, so. Absolutely.
Thank you and your team.
All right, thank you all.
All right, some more exciting stuff. We're going to look to do some appointments. We have several to consider, board, and I will go ahead and read them. To our Board of Building Code of Appeals, we're looking to reappoint the reappointment of members Dan Duty and Carter Duke, effective June 1st, 2022, May 31st to 2024 for a 2-year term. Looking to appoint Austin Going to the CTAC, the Community Transportation Advisory Committee, for a 2-year term effective June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2024. Also looking to keep Mr. Going busy by appointing him to the MPO TAC Committee, the Technical Advisory Committee, for a 2-year term effective June 1st through May 31st. Tom Coleman will serve as the alternate. And then for the Goochland Powhatan Community Services, the reappointment of the following members effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. 3-year terms for Parthenia Denora, Renee Sodong, Maria Leonard, and Crystal Nielsen Hall. I apologize for the pronunciation there. Board, can I get a motion? Or comments?
All right, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve all the appointments in our board packet.
Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Lumpkin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any further discussion? I'd just like to thank folks for stepping up to serve. We can't make the county run without help, and we got some great volunteers on these committees. So thank you. All right, all those in favor of approving the following appointments, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion passes. All right, now we will take our dinner recess until 6 o'clock. So thank you, everyone. We will see you then. Don't forget the farmers market is going on across the street starting in about 30 minutes if you want to stop by. right. All right. All right. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order our 6 p.m. meeting of the Goochland Board of Supervisors, and we would like to start off with our citizen comment period. This is the time to come and speak about issues on your mind about Goochland County that are not on the agenda for the public hearings tonight. We just ask that you come to the microphone, give us your name and your address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. A light will go off, a little yellow light to let you know you got a minute left, and red light at 3. And then we send Miss B after you. All right. Anybody for public citizen comment? All right. I will. All right. It's your last meeting.
Since I'll be a citizen in a couple of weeks, I would like to make a comment. I forgot this afternoon with the announcements. But on June 28th, at the last meeting, I talked about our skate park and some of the work we were doing to try to improve the skate park. And so on June 28th, we will actually have a skater named Cody McIntyre, who's nationally known. He's going to be here to do a demonstration from 4 to 5:30 in the skate park, which is right next to the building. And then we're going to have a community meeting in this room at 6 p.m. from 6 to 7:30 p.m. to talk about the possible things that could happen that we could do in the skate park, kind of get ideas from the citizens. I left some pamphlets out there because there's also a survey that's being conducted right now between tomorrow and the 29th to kind of get ideas from people as to what they would like to see in the skate park. So again, June 28th, 4:30 in the skate park. If you want to see this national caliber skater do crazy things that could hurt you, or come to the meeting at 6:30 or 6 p.m. and we can talk about some of the options for the county with the skaters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. I'll give one last call for citizen comment. All right. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move into our public hearings. I see some familiar faces, some new faces. So it's always good to kind of understand sort of how we proceed so you familiarize yourself. What we'll do is we'll have staff come up and present the public hearing. And then typically we ask the applicant if they'd like to come forward and say anything. And then the board may ask the applicant some questions. Then we open it up for the public hearing. You have 3 minutes, and there's ways to, if you have multiple people who want to donate time, we can talk about that if we need to. I'll open the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes. You come up to the microphone like we just would have done for the citizen comment period. And then once it's closed, we typically ask the applicant to come back up to see if there's anything they'd like to address that they heard. At that time, after the applicant speaks, I'll ask the board if they have any questions or for a motion. Once I have a first and a second, we'll begin our discussion. At that time, it's for us to go to work. So we want to make sure that you guys have, that the citizens have their opportunity to be heard. But we ask that you're respectful of the applicants and please just address all your comments to the board. So at that, I will ask to open our first, go over our first item, which is an ordinance amending the county code for claiming tax relief. And I will turn it over to our county attorney, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. This is a public hearing before the board for a very minor change that actually arose this past spring. In order to claim an exemption from personal property tax due to your age or disability, you file an application with our Commissioner of Revenue. And the state code says that you are to file that between January 1st and before April 1st. But our county ordinance dates back prior to an amendment to that state law, and it still allows an application to be filed as late as April 30th. So that's not in compliance with state law. Moreover, as a practical matter, the Commissioner of Revenue is preparing the tax book to have the bills generated prior to April 30th. So this has nothing to do with this year. in place to get effective for next year, but the Commissioner of Revenue has asked that we simply amend our county ordinance to conform to state law by saying that applications for exemptions need to be filed by March 30th. And I will say that although our Chief Deputy Commissioner of Revenue is here, if we have any questions, I will tell you that the office has already said they do get the bulk of their applications in before March 1st, but they did notice this year in processing that discrepancy with that late April 30th date and said, they just really would not be able to get the tax bills out on time if they were still taking applications that late. So with that, I would invite public comment. The staff is asking for you to approve an amendment changing that application date for next year to end as of March 30.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Before I open the public hearing, any questions from the board for Ms. McGee at this time?
So, state law allows it to go to April 1st.
The language is before April 1st.
Before April 1st.
That's
Thank
why
you.
we picked March 30.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, board, any other questions? Okay, if not, then I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter can please come forward and give your name and address. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lumpkins.
I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt this ordinance changing the real estate tax relief affidavit submission deadline from April 30th to March 31st.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion, board?
So it is March 31st and not March 30th.
Apologize. It is March 31st, but it's the last
I mean,
day.
not that it really is that big of a deal, but just as long as we get it right.
The last day before April 1st. Yes,
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Midnight.
Yeah, at midnight, yes, okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Alvarez, roll call vote with your microphone. Your microphone,
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhauer.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
See how easy that is, folks? Easy peasy. All right, now we're going to have our first case, and this is for a conditional use permit in District 1. Ms. Sherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mr. Alvarez, I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. Our first planning public hearing this evening is an application by Donna Reynolds for a conditional use permit renewal for a place of public assembly. This is Bandits Ridge. The property is located in the northwestern portion of the county on Broad Street Road. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area, as it does all the surrounding properties. The property is zoned A1, agricultural general, as are a majority of the surrounding properties. Shelton Ridge is a subdivision to the west and to the north of the subject property, and it is zoned rural residential. So just a little quick history and bring you up to speed on what the case actually entails. CUP was originally issued back in 2016 with a renewal in 2017. The CUP, as it was previously amended, has the listed uses: weddings, parties, events that are community related. The applicant is requesting one change, that is to increase the size of their sign from 20 square feet that was associated with the conditional use permit to 32 square feet, which is the allowance for the zoning district. The applicant is allowed to have 150 people, at any particular event, and they're allowed to have one event per day, and their hours of operation are on the screen. Monday through Thursday, 9A to 9P, Friday and Saturday, 9A to 11P, and then Sundays, 11 a.m. to 10P. This is the aerial of the subject property. Let's see. Let's go to the next map. There we go. So as you can see from the aerial, the areas are locating the closest residential dwellings. The closest one is at 200, and then the other two are about 1,300 feet from the small barn. And here's a more detailed sketch of the venue. We have 2 barn venues where they have events, and then they also have a tiki pool bar, which they also tiki bar pool, where they also have events. Here are the pictures of the venue barns. You have the large barn up top, and then the smaller barn. Also have some pictures from the website. They do have outdoor events. This area is called the Hayfield, and then there's a picture of the pool bar. There was a community meeting held back in April. Board member Ms. Lascalette and Planning Commissioner Mr. Myers, along with 3 citizens, were in attendance. There were no concerns. As a matter of fact, the folks that were in attendance expressed support. At the Planning Commission meeting in May, the Planning Commission recommended approval on a 4-0 vote. Mr. Brewer was absent, which is why the 4-0. And the application was approved with the requested increase in signage, and nobody from the public spoke. So majority of the conditions are housekeeping, bring them up to our standard conditions. I will go through them rather quickly, pointing out the changes that are substantive. The use allows for the use as described in the presentation, 150 guests, as mentioned. The site plan shows like the locations of the building. I believe that was presented in the presentation as well. They did receive a parking waiver with their original request, so that is included here. Holidays that are excluded are Memorial Day and Labor Day. That was per the applicant's request. Uniform security. Alcohol must be associated with ABC laws. Annual notice, they must notify the zoning administrator of the events that will be held on the property. They are allowed only 1 event per day. The next one is in reference to amplified sound, and that you can only have amplified sound during the ceremonies for the processions. Hours of events have remained the same. Internal road is for safety purposes, rural character, farm character. Number 13 does reflect the signed request from the applicant. No fireworks, parking on Broad Street, and lighting are standard. Transfer lease is standard. And lastly is the expiration. This will have a 10-year expiration date, the end of June 2032. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer your questions. The applicant is also here.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Any questions from Ms. Sherry at this time? Would the applicant like to come forward and say a few words?
Good evening. I'm Donna, and this is Brad Reynolds, 5061 Broad Street Road. We're just wanting to continue doing what we've been doing for the last 5 years.
Very good. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mistress
you.
Reynolds. All right. All right, looks like we are ready to move to our public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. All right. Did you want to respond to any of the comments, maybe? I've got it on my notes, so I have to ask. Any questions from the board, or do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the board grant this conditional use permit, CU 2016-0008B, for place of public assembly place at 5061 Broad Street Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I do have a question for Ms. Sherry, but Ms. Leska.
I just have one comment, is that they've been fabulous neighbors. It's been a great business out there, and I think they're providing a great service. So really happy to support them.
Thank you. Ms. Sherry, can you, I'd hate to make you go back in a second.
That's okay.
Could you add condition number 3, please? I think it's 3. It is not 3. Oh, okay, it's 2. When I read limit on guests, and it looks like we've made some changes to update. It appears to me that we went from allowing something not to exceed 150 guests to 150 guests maximum, maybe present at any CUP event. Can you explain that to me?
So what that would mean is that just based on the CUP, that's what they would be allowed. If they were have a personal event, that could exceed, like if they were having a party for themselves or relatives over, that they could have more than 150.
So let's say it's a 5-hour event, and there's a couple hundred people there for the first 2 hours, a couple hundred people, and then another 200, or 150 people. People come and go. If I read how it used to be, I would think you could have 150 people that would be capped at one time. This to me looks like it's through the entirety of the event, which concerns me a little bit.
That does appear to be how it reads to me as well. Is there a clarification that you would like to make?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that
would you like to?
No, I mean, the language is from a standard CUP
yeah.
condition, so it means, again, I'm happy to clarify whichever way planning would like it to be, and whatever clarification we offer, I'm happy to put into the standard. But this was done before the department had standard CUP conditions.
Okay.
And we did intentionally make sure that we were limiting only CUP activity, because other activities occur. There was no intention to make it either at one time or not. So a clarification would be welcome, and then we'd throw it into the other conditions as they come up in any other event.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the intent is for there to be the same 150 people there the entire event, but, that would be my thought. But I see what you mean. I didn't read it that way until you mentioned it.
So we could, in fact, amend the condition to say after 150 guests may be present at any one time at any CUP activity event.
Would that be acceptable to the
That
applicant?
would be. And the applicant?
It's their CUP.
More lenient for them.
You're mumbling.
I don't. Yeah. Well, I'm just speaking to the microphone here, Mr. Chair. I just, as I read this, it says a maximum may be present, not may have ever been there. That's the way I read it. So.
I thought the same thing, and it's tricky, and that's why I wanted to get clarification. At any event, but it doesn't necessarily say at one time or not at one time. I just want, we have some of the larger venues that they have people coming and going throughout the day.
Sure. No, absolutely. I think it's worth clarifying that because different events have different conditions. But again, I guess I read in this one maybe present. And to be present, you need to be present. But that's just the way I read it. So.
I don't disagree with you, but I think it would be clear if we added the language, and if you guys approve it as amended, like I said, I would put that into our standard conditions so that it's always more clear.
Okay.
Do we have an amendment to the motion?
Yes, so we're asking, could you just clarify that, Ms. McGee?
Yes, you have a motion and second on which there is. So if you may want to ask the motioner, Ms. Escalette, if you would accept an amendment to your motion to amend the condition as discussed, and then Mr. Lumpkins as the seconder would have to agree.
Right, and I need a board member to do that, right, to make the motion?
Yes, Ms. Escalette, would you be in favor of a friendly amendment to your motion?
I think she's looking for help with the language.
If friendly, you can do it yourself. An alternative way would be to start with another motion.
Okay, so here's the amendment. A maximum of 150 guests may be present at any CUP activity event at one time. Or present at one time, maybe. It goes there.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Present at one time at any CUP activity event.
Like she said.
Yeah, what she said.
Okay. Any further discussion?
And John accepted that, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Great.
All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Microphone.
Mr. Lumpkins.
You'll get it eventually.
Sorry, my microphone.
Do I get 2 votes?
Depends on how you vote.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette.
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhauer.
Yes. Thank you. You've got your conditional use permit. Sorry, we just want to make sure everything is clear and everybody understands what's going on. So,
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Safe travels home.
All right, Ms. Sherry, we have application for District 5.
Yes, our next public hearing application is for a rezoning. The applicant is the Presbytery of the James. This previously went through the pre-application process as Large Tree LLC. For clarification, the applicant is requesting a rezoning from R3 Residential General to B1 for a landscaping supply business with outside storage. The property is located in the southeastern portion of the county. It's actually adjacent to 288 south of Patterson Avenue. The property, as I mentioned, is zoned R3. Surrounding properties are to the south is A2 Agricultural Limited. That is St. Catherine's property. And then, of course, the interstate. The comprehensive plan designates this property as single-family residential low. The surrounding property to the south is recreational open space. As I mentioned, this is St. Catherine's School property. And here is an aerial of the subject property. As you can see, it's primarily wooded and adjacent to 288. As you can see from the aerial, there is a frontage road that leads off of Patterson Avenue up to the subject property right there. So Large Tree LLC, which is the business, is proposing to relocate their existing landscape business to Goochland County from Hanover. They're proposing an office and shop building approximately 10,000 square feet. There will be storage bins for their materials. They are proposing to have above-ground tanks for fuel, only fueling their company cars or trucks. And then also stockpiling landscaping materials, rock, mulch, that kind of thing, to a maximum height of 20 feet. They have proffered no retail sales, so there will not be anyone from the public coming to the site. Basically, a tractor trailer will deliver the landscaping materials. The applicant has stated that this would be during their busy times, maybe 1 or 2 deliveries a week, so that would be the spring through fall. Then the employees then load up their work vehicles and then go to the job sites to do their work. So this use is allowed in the B1 zoning district. With the outside storage, there are use standards that have an extra layer of requirements to them. Specifically, the outside storage must be obscured from all public roads and adjoining properties, and this must be in the form of permanent screening. As I mentioned, the subject property is located adjacent to 288, just south of Patterson Avenue, so those are the roads that are primarily in question. And then also the frontage road, which accesses to Patterson Avenue. And this is also to be noted, the portion of the property, not the entire property, but a portion of it is in the Route 650 overlay district. So this in front of you is the conceptual plan that was submitted by the applicant. We have embellished it with the blue, just to kind of note where the roads are. So you have, let me get there. You have Route 6 up top. This is the 288 ramp. Then you have the frontage road, which comes off of Patterson Avenue, that comes up and enters the property either here or here. There's 2 entrances. So on the conceptual plan, you will see this area that is outlining the subject property is a 50-foot tree save buffer area that the applicant has proposed. It's kind of hard to see here, but I'll outline it. They're also proposing a 6-foot opaque fence and a office building, which is located here where there'll be a shop office building. This was intentionally placed by the applicant to help screen from Patterson Avenue. There's also a pole barn of sorts right here that will hold equipment. Tank area, which I had mentioned, the applicant is limiting to 3 above-ground tanks for petroleum storage for his work vehicles. And then over here you have cement bins where the some of the stock will be held. There'll also be landscaping materials located within the yard as well. The applicant has also proffered these elevations that are before you right now to be generally in conformance with these. As you can see, they have similar peaked roofs and garages and stuff, so they would have to be consistent with that. They would also have to meet the overlay district standards. So a committee meeting was held in March. Supervisors Mr. Peterson and Sharp were in attendance, no citizens. The applicant did do a presentation, which are all those things that are listed, which spawned some discussion on each of those. Truck traffic, stockpile heights, the fact that it's an overlay district, things along those lines, business operations. At their May 5th meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend approval with a 4-0 vote. As mentioned before, Mr. Brewer was not in attendance. 3 people spoke in opposition to this request and expressed concern with traffic and traffic safety. Since the Planning Commission, staff has received or was copied on an email to the applicant stating that they were still opposed to the application based on traffic. However, if they were to amend the uses, if this were to get approved, it would, I guess, help their comfort level with the use. Today, I did receive another email from a citizen who wanted to reiterate that he was not able to come tonight, but he was still in opposition of the use because of traffic concerns.
Because of what?
Traffic concerns, yeah. So the applicant has provided, and I'm sure he'll also present this in his presentation, but I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about it. They did submit this to staff. There's several places that they were able to do like a graphic to show how the property would in fact be screened. The top one is from the 288 ramp. As you can see, topography as well as existing trees keep it out of sight. The second graphic, no, I'm sorry, I should have probably pointed out the 3 green lines, or the lines that are on the screen. Those are the circles that are on the screen, excuse me. Those are the ones that I'm discussing specifically. The 288 off-ramp and the frontage road are shown in the second graphic, and it is pretty much a straight line. The star indicates the subject property. So topography again, as well as existing screening and the screening that the applicant will provide, offer the screening. And lastly, from Route 6, again, topography and existing off-site screening exist. However, it should be noted that there is the 6-foot fence as well as the building that I mentioned before aiding in some of that screening. The comprehensive plan, this application is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan recommends single-family, low density. The applicant is proposing a commercial use. It should be noted that when the ordinance was adopted, the R3 was what was done for the property, as well as now that when we were doing the comprehensive plan back in 2015, we went with the underlying zoning, which is why the comp plan recommends that. This was also prior to, the original zoning was prior to 288 and West Creek. So there are some traffic concerns. The applicant did provide the picture that is on the screen. So the turning radius for truck traffic coming from the east, a U-turn would be required, and the graphic that the applicant has provided would demonstrate that turning movements cannot be completed within the travel lanes, both at the U-turn site as well as turning onto the frontage road. The applicant has indicated in one of his proffers, which I will go through at the end, that all of the truck traffic will be coming from the west. That's something that we can't actually be there to enforce. So I do want to note that even though that will be proffered, that staff does have a concern with that. So now I will go through the proffers. The proffers are black-lined as from the agenda packet that you all received, there is a copy of the black lines in front of you. We did receive proffers yesterday on one of the proffers, and I will point that out when I get to it. So just real quickly, I will go through them because I think I've touched on most of this in the presentation. The conceptual plan, the applicant has agreed to generally conform to the conceptual plan. The entrance corridor overlay, I had mentioned that a portion of the property was in the overlay district. The applicant has actually proffered to have all the structures apply to the overlay district, so that it will be the entire property. They have offered materials for the shop, which means basically all of the structures would need to comply with the overlay district. Okay, now you will not be able to read that on the screen. It's the entire new proffer. Basically, I can sum it up for you. Essentially, what has been presented to you, the applicant has gone through and prohibited all the permitted uses with the exception of what they are proposing, the landscape business with outside storage, as well as a school. A school is the only other permitted use. In the proffers, it also references accessory offices and accessory petroleum storage because they do plan to have an office and petroleum on site. Staff would consider that an accessory use to the existing business, but that is part of the proffers. Height limitation, I had mentioned that the 20-foot high as far as their supply storage goes, that is something that they've proffered. Then they have also proffered the 50-foot tree buffer with some discussion as to where it would need to be supplemented or if anything were to let me restate that 50 foot, but they've also talked a little bit about staking and preventing accidental demolition of the buffer during construction. Number 7, outside storage of the fence. I had mentioned it's a 6-foot opaque fence. Number 8, they're proffering not to have any attention-getting signs. And then they also have limited of types of things that they're going to have in their outdoor storage, and this is where they also limit themselves to 3 above storage tanks. Transfer of lease is one of our standard conditions that they've adopted. Legal compliance, they will be in legal compliance with all state and federal rules. The last proffer is something that I had mentioned during the presentation. Semi-trucks delivering of landscape materials will use eastbound Patterson Avenue to access the frontage road. Where that is appreciated, is not enforceable. So that is staff's concern with that. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, as well as the applicant and his representative are here as well.
Ms. Lascott.
Okay, Ms. Sherry, would you please go back to slide page 29? So I wanted to ask about the overlay district, and I know what an overlay district is, but what does it mean in this case? What do they have to do? Maybe it's not on 29.
Let's see. Go to the next slide. So essentially,
yeah.
I'm not sure where it is either, ma'am.
It was there. It was in.
Did I get it? Nope.
Entrance quarter overlay.
No, help me out. Front, back. So
Number
proffer 2 is there, but
number 2 is the overlay.
Okay, so Lisa is coming to the rescue.
Entrance
But
corridor.
I can explain it.
Can you see?
I mean, I know what it is, but what do they have to do, and how much of this property is affected by it?
So it doesn't span the entire property. I think it's
Right.
about like 2/3 of the property. There is requirements as far as building materials, landscaping, as well as fence would be something that would be required.
27.
So the fencing would be part of that.
So how much property is this?
It's like 5 acres.
So like 3.5 acres is subject to this?
I don't have the exact amount, but yeah, I think that's about right.
Ms. Sherry, didn't you mention that the applicant has mentioned the entire?
Yeah, so, and that's probably why I didn't delve too deep into it. He has offered to have the entire property be regulated by the overlay district.
Okay.
Makes my job a little easier.
Sorry about that. So the next question I have, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, is uses. So
Thank you.
prohibited uses you've taken out retail sales, but you've put in all the others. So are all the items in these proffers from the B1 zoning classification? So how come some of them are black and green and red, and what does all that mean?
Yeah, the proffers that were submitted by the applicant have the 3 different colors because I don't know if the legend made it to the dais or not, but the green is indicating things that were moved. So the applicant had rearranged the prohibited uses based on the order of the zoning ordinance. That was done voluntarily. That's not something that staff had, but that's why there's so many colors. So that's why I kind of just went right down to the crux and said the 2 things that are allowed are the landscape business as proposed, as well as a school. And I think the applicant can speak to the reasoning for the school. I sort of know, but I think that's probably a better question for him.
Mr. Chair, if I could. Ms. McGee, perhaps we could put our heads together and rather than do an exhaustive list of prohibited, come up with something that says these are permitted. For citizens in the audience,
understood. It was just understand. It was trying for me as well.
Myself. Yeah, thanks.
I've got a couple of scratches through, or I had to go through.
It would be greatly appreciated if we can do it in a way that doesn't change the legal interpretations,
Certainly.
but just simplifies it. That would be great.
Yeah. I'm going to look to you. Usually I start scrolling right away, but I want you to write down exactly what is allowed because that's based on the ordinance.
Certainly. And so I actually have that. Yeah, I do have it on. Oh, do have it on. It's in the there it is. So the only permitted use is lumber, building, and supplies and equipment. That's how it's stated in the ordinance. I just copied and pasted it. And there is also,
is that reading from on the slide?
Yeah, it's under staff comments. I believe it's the same. If not, I have it actually right here as well. It should be noted that there are also use standards with that.
Yeah, it's not in the proffer. So again, I could get it off the slide, but I can't write as fast as you can talk.
Okay. So,
but I
how about something along the lines of permitted uses are limited to?
And this is a proffer, so we have to get the applicant.
Yes, okay with it. Let's see, of course. Light industrial, okay. Lumber, comma, building, comma, fence and landscaping supply and equipment, comma, in accordance with section 15-283B.
I'm taking it off the slide. Is it different where you have it? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And a school. And that was what my cross-throughs go. I would definitely check with the applicant to make sure that was his intent.
Okay, and it has to, the applicant has to approve it because it's a proffer.
Okay. So this would leave it as we've got it right now at least. Looks like it would allow retail.
No, ma'am, it would not.
Well, it doesn't.
Well, they have actually, let me restate that. They have actually proffered not to have any retail.
Okay, but we're taking all that out.
Well, we're taking that out of that.
This with this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. And I believe there is a separate proffer that says no outside storage.
Okay, let's see.
And that's where I need to. What number? Number 9. Thank you. Oops. Oh. No. Let's see.
Okay, let's see.
Mr. Geiger, is that correct?
Thanks.
What were you looking for?
That they had proffered to have no retail sales.
But if you go to number 4, next floor.
Thank you.
You can see.
Oh, Lord, okay.
You can see the confusion where it says prohibited uses and we strike through retail
Exactly.
sales. It would imply that it's permitted. So that's where the
Perhaps,
some of the confusion
perhaps we
comes in.
do need some clarity on
The
that.
retail store appears later. It's just because they changed the order.
The order.
At the very end.
Yeah, and again, this was a little bit on the unique side because it was reordered.
And so in terms of trying to draft a proffer, typically a lumber, building, fencing, and landscaping supply could be a retail.
Correct.
And so we want to specifically say not, but I'm not sure, what is that, wholesale only? Is that what that would
So
be?
essentially, it's a landscaping business that does not allow customers to come. So I guess maybe the proffer should be with no customers.
It may be a good
Perhaps
opportunity
maybe
for
the applicant
to come
can.
up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Jeff Geiger. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I would just like to take a minute to clarify one thing real quick. That language was presented to us by the neighbors across the street. In the email to us, they explained that they talked to staff and developed this language. So literally what I did was I cut and pasted from what they gave us and put it in. So I'd like to honor what we've told our neighbors across the street with this language. If you look in there, retail sales is there. The evolution of how we got here, retail sales was listed first because that was the first thing staff asked us to take away. So we did that. We added a couple more prohibited uses that St. Catherine's asked us to take out. So we added those next. Then when the homeowners across the street came to us and said, we want everything out, we just started over. Cut and paste, drop in. And so that's how we got here. Retail sales is not allowed.
Mr. Geiger, did you want to talk about the project beyond what Ms. Sherry did?
Would you like me to? I was going to sit back down and wait till I was called up, but if you're ready to hear from me, I'd be glad to.
Do you have more questions? Or for the applicant?
The retail sales and what we have in front of us.
It's not in there.
It is. It's in the middle. It's in the middle.
No, it's retail store is not in there, but retail sales I don't see. Do you?
Retail sales is not, it says retail store.
Oh, correct. Resale sales is not there, yes.
It's not the same thing?
Nope.
No.
It's not the same words.
I would think it's the same.
Same thing.
I would think it's the same.
It's not, it doesn't match the word usage, but I believe it would be interpreted.
Retail sales is not in your zoning ordinance.
Okay, there we go.
It's not a use. The only use you have in your zoning
Can you,
ordinance is
Mr. Geiger, we need to speak to the mics so the people at home can hear. It's okay.
If you would like that amended to be retail store and sales, I'd be happy to.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead with your presentation and we'll
Wonderful.
And I'm sure a lot of folks will have some comments too.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks for coming.
My name is Jeff Geiger, again, here on behalf of the applicant. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you to explain the rezoning request that Large Tree LLC and the Presbytery of the James has submitted before you. As we just mentioned, we did work closely on these prohibited uses provision. We did receive a request at the end of last week to basically proffer out all of the principal commercial uses. My client was willing to do that. The only uses that remain are the use that's needed for this business, and then also the school use. St. Catherine surrounds this property. We have been talking to them, working to them. We want to be a good neighbor. Years down the line, we hope St. Catherine's will eventually continue to grow in Goochland and expand that campus. Who knows, they may have an interest in using this property down the line. So we would just like the opportunity to keep that as a use, as a just in case. With this request, my client will be relocating its business from Hanover to Goochland. This is a landscape business that operates both in Richmond and in Williamsburg. And in Richmond, its customer base is primarily along the Patterson corridor, both Goochland and Henrico. And so they would like to be closer to their customers. With this, if you approve the request, they will invest $1.5 to $2 million in this property in order to build the facility and the layout that Ms. Sherry so well described to you in her presentation. Now, we understand the importance from staff's perspective, from the county's perspective, that we have to screen this use. And the ordinance has two specific requirements for screening, two separate sections. Both sections talk about a similar type of screening, and they say we only have to do one. On site, we are doing two instead of just one. The fence and the buffered, the mature trees that I will show you in a minute. Now, with this buffer that we're providing, Ms. Sherry alluded to, it complies with your zoning ordinance requirements. This is an excerpt from that zoning ordinance requirement. Instead of doing 30 feet, we're doing 50. If staff determines that there are any gaps or anything that needs to be filled, your ordinance requires us to plant evergreen trees 6 feet height at the time of planting, double road. I would submit to you that what we have put in here is a better standard than what is in the corridor overlay. Ms. LaScolette, you asked, what is the corridor overlay? It dictates architecture. It dictates materials. It dictates a landscape plan. Ms. Sherry I hope Ms. Sherry would agree with this kind of characterization. It's almost like an architectural review that we have to come in an enhanced site plan review that looks at the appearance, not only of the building, but of the site. And staff gets to approve it. They have the discretion to approve it and review it. It's a higher standard. In addition, within your buffer requirement, this 50-foot buffer that we're going to provide, we have to work with staff to fill, if we're going to remove any material, we got to work with staff about what we're going to fill back in with. I got great news for you. My client's a landscaping company. They'd be happy to work with your staff at that time when they're going through that site plan. If there's some trees or some shrubs that need to be put in, they'll work with you. But they'll probably come up with some really good ideas because they know the right plants to plant underneath that canopy. Staff said in the staff report that we needed to demonstrate to you if there is a gap, if there is a gap, what would it look like to fill it? So I just went on the internet and got a picture. These are some giant abrevieties. They're called green giants, planted in a double row. Kind of gives you an idea. If for some reason we get to plans review, there is a gap, this is what your ordinance requires us to fill it with. As Ms. Sherry noted, we did work with staff to not only demonstrate that we were meeting the screening requirements on site, but that when you were on the different public roads around us, you wouldn't be able to see this. 288, it's below ground, it's below an elevation. You're looking up through some big hills. Exit ramps. VDOT builds the exit ramps with berms. It helps with the sound attenuation so that the sound doesn't come into your county. Those same our sight lines show that those berms will naturally block the view into this property. In addition, we did some drawings that showed what it would look like from Patterson and from the access road or the frontage road that provides us with access. Here's an aerial. You can see the mature tree canopy that we're dealing with around this site. Here's a picture from Patterson looking into the site. Again, you can see the mature trees that are on the property. Behind that guardrail, you can see the guardrail. It's then the access road, then the property. Here, this is part of the waterline project that is ongoing, is the construction that you see. And here again, another shot of the mature trees on the property. Here I am standing on the access road looking into the property. Again, you can see the mature trees. That'll go about 50 feet back, 6-foot solid fence. Not going to be able to see through that fence. Couple of notes. We have worked extensively with VDOT at staff's request. VDOT has no concerns, whether it is about the trips that are being generated or the wear and tear on the road. With this, if you choose to approve this request, you will have a reduction in the amount of trips that would be generated from this property. Remember, it is zoned R3, and so those houses could be built, and those houses would generate more trips than this business. One of the things staff asked us to look at, staff was very mindful of the input from the Creekmore that they'd received on other projects, concerns about that U-turn movement. Everywhere I go, we keep hearing VDOT say, we want more U-turns, we want more U-turns. It's safer. It's their perspective, it's safer, it's safer, it's safer. Everywhere I go, the community goes, no, we don't want U-turns. So we worked with staff to try and explain how would our semi-trucks who are making those deliveries once a week during the busy season. Our busy season is the spring. It doesn't go beyond that. Why? It's mulch. Everybody loves mulch. We got to bring that mulch in so we can get it out. Once we're done with the mulch deliveries, it's a truck every other week. But we heard the concerns, and so we put the proffer in. There is a wholesaler on Lanier Road. In case you didn't know, it was recently bought by Yardworks, and that is who supplies our materials. So Yardworks will be delivering to us from Lanier, and so we wanted to make a commitment in writing to you that we would do that. If you had concerns, you could just come, see the contract. Is the contract saying it's going to come from that particular direction? With this request, I believe that the county receives a lot of benefit, not only from the investment my client is willing to make into the property, but you're replacing unconditioned R3. If the homes were to be built, no cash proffers are paid. They aren't addressing their impacts. This new investment will be well screened and will basically hide very low intense commercial use. As the fiscal analysis in your staff report indicated, this will expand and diversify your tax base, increasing non-residential tax revenue for the county. As Economic Development noted in their comments, approval of this will welcome the relocation of an existing business, creating a better and higher use than what was designated in the comprehensive plan. As Ms. Sherry was indicating in her report, this comprehensive plan designation dates from a zoning that was approved, what I've heard, 30 years ago. The only reason it's residential now is because it's zoned residential. So I would ask that you approve the request to rezone this property from residential to the commercial, subject to the proffered conditions. The applicant is willing to amend the proffered condition 4 to specify that it is retail, store, and sales that is prohibited. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Board, any questions for the public hearing? Okay. Stay close.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we've heard from the staff and the applicant. And now I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Remember, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please give us your name and your address when you come to the microphone. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve Dowdy. Live at 639 Monacan Drive. One of about 20 houses that surround Richmond Country Club. So we're less than a mile away from this, from the proposed business. I stood before you in 2019 when B1 zoning was requested for the medical office buildings that are currently being built right across the street from the property in question tonight. The Planning Commission approved that B1 zoning. It came before the Board of Supervisors, and you overturned that, and the zoning remained residential office. In doing that, you denied the spot zoning for business in the middle of residential zoning as detailed in the comprehensive plan. And you also listened to the traffic concerns of the constituents around Creekmore. It was pointed out tonight that the mulch will be coming from the east. We're very glad to hear that. But that intersection where the U-turns are is a troubled intersection. It is a school bus stop. And any traffic considerations that are being looked at now with Capital One not in session, it's not a true test of what is going to happen as Capital One phases back in. So we are concerned about the traffic there. I have from a reliable source in the county that as soon as the courthouse study, the courthouse village study is complete, that a study of this particular area will take place, a study of what is going to happen in the River Road, Patterson, Mannequin Village area, and that study will be done in pretty short order. I wonder about the wisdom of granting business zoning and breaking that barrier of business zoning west of 288 prior to that study. And I would ask you tonight, let's hold off on rezoning business in that area until you do the study. The study is supposed to involve significant community input. And I can tell you that my neighbors look forward to having input into how development of that area will take place. Tonight, you decide, am I going to put a business in the middle of all of that residential area for the first time? There is no business zoning west of 288 until you get down to Luck and Mannequin Auto. So I ask you to look at this from a 30,000-foot perspective. What is it that you want to do with that section of Route 6 and River Road? Do you want it to be another Centerville? Are we going to develop it commercially? The residents do not want that. They want to take part in that study and describe to you how we would like to see that gateway into Goochland County developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy.
Good evening.
Evening.
May I approach Mr. Lumpkin? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Ken Dickinson. I live down the street from Mr. Dowdy. I'm not going to reiterate what Mr. Dowdy said, but my concern is with this rezoning of R3 to B1, is the county setting a precedent now as far as zoning from business on down west of 288. That's a concern we have as to Mr. Dowdy talked about a plan as to what's going to happen in this area. It's pretty darn rural right now, other than the development of residential houses up and down, up between there and Luckstone and Mannequin Sabbath. Not Mannequin Sabbath, but the Mannequin Sabbath auto station up there. So are you setting a precedent by doing this now? And I understand they've done a wonderful job of planning, but do you want to do this at this point in time? And set a precedent down the road. The next guy that comes along or in his business that comes along says, well, you granted one for Big Tree, why won't you grant one for us? But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Lee Moreau, and I live across the street in Creekmore.
And your address, please?
301
Thanks.
Victoria Way.
Thank you very much.
Born and raised in Richmond, moved away in 1987. Chose to move back last year in April because of what Richmond and Virginia offer as a community and a culture. Chose Goochland for a reason. Didn't choose Short Bump, didn't choose Scott's Addition, but chose Goochland in this particular area for what it represents. All of us live in Goochland, most of us anyway, I think, and we love it for what it is, the residential. And we ask that, these two gentlemen before me spoke quite well, we ask that you respect what it is right now with the comprehensive plan. And I ask you to think long and hard about going against that plan without a full study that they're about to conduct, we hope, and allow us to have more of a voice as a community to speak to changing something from residential to business. You know, my neighborhood is directly impacted by that new medical complex that's going in. Fortunately, my house per se is not, but it's affecting our neighborhood. And now you all have done an excellent job I think, with your proffers, and it's appreciated if you all do decide to pass that. But we ask that you respect what the comprehensive plan has represented till now. You know, if the word is not good, then what is the word for? If the plan is no good, then why have a plan? And why have the comprehensive plan? So we just ask that you respect the zoning as it stands until a larger study, I'm not good on the political terms here, I apologize, but until a larger, more comprehensive plan can be considered.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. As he reaches for the gavel. Okay. Seeing no one else coming forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, if the applicant would like to respond to anything you've heard, Mr. Geiger?
Yes. May I ask, can we get staff's presentation back up? Or was that done here? I'm sorry. Can we go to the zoning map? That's comp plan. Good, thank you. Do you want it? Yeah. This is fine. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
I would like to just see if I could clarify a couple points, maybe help explain a couple things to the citizens who came and spoke. I think generally all three people made the comment of, establishing a precedent or bringing business into this part of the corridor. I would like to point out up on the slide here is your zoning map. You've got commercial zoning to the north, M1, and then immediately, or I guess one property over, is the Nance Corporation. That has M1 zoning. It's a business. I would submit it's kind of like one of those businesses that you don't really know that it's there. That's what we're trying to do. We've worked hard with staff to come up with a proposal that when you're driving by, you're entering Goochland, you can't even tell it's there. It adds to that rural character. We've worked with staff on architecture that mimics or enhances the rural agricultural character that you're trying to preserve in Goochland. And so we would ask that you recognize that the comp plan is a guide. It isn't set in stone. And that the guide was probably looked at in a way that said we want to stay with what was originally zoned, and this is an opportunity to get those benefits to the county that I talked about. Would like to also note that existing median break there at Creekmore. If we don't use that, then we're going to send our vehicles down to River and Patterson. And we all know what a wonderful intersection that is. And so this is a relief valve. As you go through your comp planning in the year, I encourage you to talk to VDOT. We have had conversations with VDOT on another project, and there's an ability to get more relief along Patterson, and so hopefully that'll be a part of that conversation. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you have, but on behalf of the applicant, would ask that you recommend approval of the rezoning request before you with the addition of retail sales to proffer number 4.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. You had something?
That was exactly what I wanted to ask Mr. Geiger. It was just to clarify the amended proffers he was offering, so you would know what was before you. Thank you, Mr. Geiger.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Board, any questions for the applicant, or do I have a motion?
Quick one.
Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
I thought of this earlier and then I kind of let it go, but I'm going to come back to it. And
sure.
In number 7, I'll just read the last sentence. This opaque fence may be board-on-board style or black picket fence with a dark color material added on the project side to create opacity for this picket fence design unless otherwise specifically requested and approved at the time of site plan approval. I can understand from your perspective as a lawyer and wanting to have that, caveat or that caution, but I guess I'm just going to ask you what are you thinking about that you might need to because you have a very comprehensive, at first I didn't appreciate, but you're talking about a 6-foot buffer around a 6-foot fence around the entire buffer except for the openings, which that's a significant expenditure. So I appreciate that, because that's the complaints that we've heard is we don't want to see it. So in addition to a robust buffer, 20 feet more than the ordinance requires, you're putting a 6-foot high opaque fence. But you did give yourself that out, and I was wondering why you felt the need for that.
Great question. We are trying to balance staff's requests for the type of fence that they want towards Patterson, and we're trying to balance the type of fence that St. Catherine's would like to see towards its property. And so in doing that balancing act, we hadn't gotten down into would staff, under the guise of the overlay, allow this type of structure, so with this type of fencing. And so we wanted to have that in there just in case staff came to us during the overlay review process and said, we need something else. And if they said, we need something else, I didn't want to have to come back before you. And so that is there just to allow a little bit of flexibility so we can work with staff, we can work with St. Catherine's if something different is proposed, something different is asked of us during the overlay process.
All right, thank you.
Board, Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I've got a number of questions here I'd like to go through, and basically they surround, or they have to do with comments I've heard from citizens. I'd like to bring their comments forward. First one's real quick, and that's the ownership, the large tree versus the presbytery. The two, what's the relationship between those two organizations?
Sure. The Presbytery of the James, if you've attended a Presbyterian church, the Presbytery of the James is the overarching kind of regional governing body. They own the land.
Okay.
Large Tree is the contract purchaser to buy the land from the Presbytery.
Okay, so they'll be buying it, not leasing it. They'll be
correct.
Okay.
Large Tree is owned by the same owners of the business, Greenside Up. And for tax reasons, they set it up as a lease, and then they lease to the operating company.
Right, really. The crux of the question is the applicant going to be the owner, and the answer is yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you much. A number of other questions, and some of these pertain to the applicant for the county, so whoever thinks they have the answer, just chime in. One is on the zoning, potentially being asked to consider business zoning. Does it set a precedent? And perhaps Ms. McGee can help me with this one. If there is a rezoning with proffered conditions, that creates a separate, unique zoning category unto itself, so that this would not necessarily create a precedent where the next property over could say, if they're B1, I want to be B1 also, unless they were asking to be a B1 with all the same kind of proffered conditions. I mean, how am I doing there?
You're doing great. I'd give you a law degree in a heartbeat. Most people do understand that real estate is considered to be unique, each piece of real estate. And so my little subdivision house next door to my neighbor's little subdivision house, each one is considered unique. So not only are you correct that this rezoning becomes the zoning ordinance particular to this piece of property, even if the exact same property immediately next door came in for the exact same thing, the law would say it was a unique case before you and could be handled differently.
So it doesn't necessarily even create a precedent for the exact same kind of business to be next door.
That's correct.
Much less any B1 that wants to come in.
That's
so
correct.
This would be a unique situation unto itself.
Yes.
Okay. I think that perhaps helps address some of the folks that were concerned about the precedent-setting nature of this. That was one of the concerns I had heard from citizens. This one is probably not for you. Maybe I'll skip to the next one here. That U-turn picture where it showed you couldn't do a U-turn without using the private property. Then further down it showed the turn in. It looked like you couldn't make that turn and stay inside the lane. It looked like you're going to use the other lane as well. Is that turning maneuver okay with VDOT, where you have to use the opposing lane to?
Yes.
That part's okay?
Yes.
The other part where you're using somebody else's property is not okay?
Actually, truth be told, VDOT, at staff's request, we submitted those turning movements, both of them, to VDOT. VDOT came back and said, yep, no problem. That's okay.
So they said no problem to both, but having said that, you went on to say, well, let's not do the one that uses that property. We'll just use the one that turns in toward our property.
Well, yeah, that is correct.
How am I doing so far now?
Doing wonderful,
All
sir.
right. Get another degree in something here, turning maneuvers or something.
We'll make you a traffic engineer.
And I did think I heard you mention that this would in all likelihood generate fewer vehicle traffic trips than its current zoning. Is that, staff, is that something that if we projected the number of trips off of a residential low density, would that generate more or less trips than what we're looking at here?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know the answer to that. I guess it depends on how many dwellings they would be able to get. And, there's a calculation we can do from there, but I'm afraid I don't know the answer. During the, perhaps you can speak a little bit about the overall suggestions that that came out of the traffic generation.
The way we arrive at that is it's zoned R3. And so somebody can come and build by right, a triplex, a duplex, or a single family detached. And so we take that number, a residential unit creates a residential dwelling, creates 10 trips a day. And so you can take whatever, you basically say, how many houses can I fit on here under the R3 zoning district, multiply it by 10. And that's how you get your number. We will be doing 28 trips total because we have crews that go out in the morning. Those crews leave 7:38, so before the peak hour. Peak hour is 8 to 9, and they're back before 5. So our vehicles are moving at when folks are not trying to get to work or get back home. And so from that perspective,
28 trips a day during off-peak hours, less than 3 homes. 3 homes would be 10 per, would be 30. I'm not real good with numbers here.
We could, under the triplex, it would be 3 units on 3,500 square feet for the triplex.
Okay.
We can fit 4 on there, so that gets you to 12, and then 12 times 10 is 120.
Okay. All right. So that's the math behind your assertion that this would be fewer trips.
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you for that detail. If we could put up the plan. Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Just don't leave the county.
The conceptual plan?
Yeah, well, yes, the conceptual plan. Okay. From the conceptual plan, there's a 50-foot buffer around it. Do we know how far back that is from Route 6?
200 feet? Mr. Geiger says it's 200 feet. I've not measured it.
The start of the buffer is over 200 feet away.
From the edge of the buffer. So
Outside edge.
out to 6 at the edge. So if you add the buffer, it's 250 feet back, whatever. Okay. I think the setback was the only question I had there from 6, not from the road going in. Okay, if you could just.
Certainly.
But the next, I think I heard Citizen tonight say that we had turned down a previous different development where the medical office buildings are. And as I recall, one of the primary reasons was going to be retail and open to the public. And I think this one is not. In fact, if you could go back to that page 22, the zoning map that was just up a few minutes ago.
Excuse me, I'm getting myself.
Wow, that was fast.
Thank you.
Nicely done. You get a degree in. So in the upper left of this, you see RO, residential office. That came in proposed to be open to the public as a retail space, and I think we heard from the citizens they really did not want any retail in this area. Obviously, there's some commercial. You've got the M1 zoning on both sides, the RO zoning, but there wasn't any retail, drive-through restaurants, that kind of stuff there. And I think that was one of the primary reasons that we stuck with that original zoning on that. And then I thought I also heard that the zoning of this particular property, the R3, was zoned that way prior to 288 coming through.
That's correct.
So that whole 288 highway on the right side of this map, the zoning predated that. So you probably had residential going all the way across.
That's correct.
Down River Road. And putting in 288 Cloverleaf with kind of four corners on the Cloverleaf really kind of changed the complexion of that immediate area.
As well as West Creek, yes.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah. So when they did that, you've got the M1 to the west of 288, and of course on the east you've got Oak Hill and that development that's going in there at the interchange as well. But this particular zoning didn't contemplate all of that. West Creek, 288, any of that. Okay.
That's correct.
And again, the RO, one of the primary concerns was the retail nature of it. And the citizens have said we don't want any retail in this immediate vicinity, and we listened to them. Okay. Let's see. I'm running down my list here. Yeah, I think we've exhausted the list. I wanted to revisit each of these comments because I've heard them from citizens. I wanted to give some deeper understanding of the issues and get some answers to some of the questions. So thank you for that.
Certainly.
Ms. Sherry?
Yes, sir.
I'll take my pen. So, refresh my memory. These conditional uses we will convey with the property, correct?
Yes, the conditions do run with the property.
So if this was approved with the uses prohibited, the only thing this could be, we're taking prime real estate and we're saying it could be one of two things.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Let me ask.
You want to follow on that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So you said a moment ago y'all didn't do a calculation of roughly how many houses could fit in there with just no rezoning application.
I did not. I know that it was part of discussions at meetings, but I didn't go and say what Mr. Geiger said.
So if years down the road, St. Catherine's decides to expand, these folks decide to sell, the conceptual plan that's still part of. So somebody's going to have to come back and redo the conceptual plan.
That's correct.
Regardless, unless they're going to use the existing structures for the school, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that come before the Board of Supervisors, or would that be an administrative matter?
No, that would come before the Board of Supervisors.
So even if it's to be used as a school, unless they're planning on using the existing structures, they'll be back. They'll have to come back.
Yeah, they would have to meet all the site
because
improvements.
To do otherwise would violate the conceptual plan,
That's
which
correct.
is part of the proffers, right? Am I?
No, that's correct, and we'd take into account site improvements as well for a school, so that more than likely they would have to
They
come
would have
back.
to be back before us for an amendment at least, but not a different use and not a rezoning, but at least an amendment to the proffers.
Correct.
How long have I been doing this? I'm catching on. But thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure?
Can I ask a question?
No, ma'am. Yes. I'm waiting for a motion. Approved, deferred, deny?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, first of all, just as a general comment about the process, I think this is the way the process is supposed to work. We started with a community meeting. There was a large number of objections raised, a lot of concerns raised. There was some back and forth with the applicant. Went through a public hearing at the Planning Commission. Again, some issues raised up until yesterday or the day before. Some issues being raised, and I'll ask I think that's the way that this is supposed to work. It's supposed to be give and take, where citizens are able to express their concerns, their thoughts, and the applicant works in good faith and works with the citizens to try to address those. So the process, I think, here has worked the way it's supposed to. And I'll ask the county attorney, do you feel like we have what we need in terms of the proffer language that's been offered, to limit it to just the two?
Well, I have to defer to Jamie with respect to did they eliminate all those uses, because she reviewed that based on, and I still have your sheet, based on what was eliminated from the use list. So, but with respect to exactly what they're proffering today, yes, there would be a motion made to accept the case as amended pursuant to Mr. Geiger's statement that we would add retail sales to the list of prohibited uses.
So it'd be the as amended as opposed to as presented?
That's correct.
Okay. So again, I think the process has been a healthy one. Just in my mind, to reiterate what I've heard from the attorney, is that if this goes forward, this does not set a precedent, does not open the door to B1 across that whole area, is unique to this individual situation. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir. It does not set a precedent.
Good. I've heard the concerns loud and clear about the citizens, what they'd like and don't like in this area, and to make sure that we take those into consideration as we move forward. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and move that the board approve the rezoning RZ 2022-00002 on Patterson Avenue from residential R3 to general business B1 with the proffered conditions as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Ms. McGee's going to take away my law degree and give it to Mr. Peterson. Because
would you really be upset about that? Then?
Because it's a good degree. So it's interesting. I think Mr. Peterson, I think what you're talking about depends on the institutional memory of the board that's sitting up here. I have a little different angle. When Mr. Dowdy, thank you for reminding us of 2019, I remember that. And all the things you said are correct, but there was another element in that RO to B, is the community. And remember, they wanted to put a building that didn't fit the RO at the time. And we looked and we said, well, we've got building size restrictions that go back to 1968, and somebody put them there that way, didn't know why. So we amended the ordinance to allow the larger buildings to keep it RO. And part of the discussion and appreciation I think the community had for what we did was we did keep the label B off of that property. And I hear all the no precedent and all that stuff, but the fact of the matter is, and Mr. Geiger did the same thing in his presentation. He said, I'm looking at the slide that's up there. He said, look to your north, look to your west. There's an M. But we don't know what that M has attached to it. We don't know all the restrictions. So when you put a B here, the lawyers might see it, and I'm a lawyer too. We might see it. Oh, it's no precedent. But the next applicant's going to come along and say, look, there's a B. And we didn't discuss what those M restrictions are. So your point is valid, but I think it's going to be dependent on the institutional memory of this group. If the B's start popping up there, I think the signal is going to be that this is where the county's putting businesses. So we can't get to the speed up study fast enough. And Mr. Peterson, you've been a proponent of this. You brought it up a couple of times at a recent meeting we had, and that needs to be done. But my question, does SPEDA cover south of Patterson? I don't think our plans to do the SPEDA study are south of Patterson. So, but maybe as we get further along, we'll look, because there's obviously pressure along here. So I agree that there's no precedent. I get that, but I think that the concerns of the citizens, I hear it, and I think there's an element of validity to it, because when that B letter starts popping up, that's all people are going to look at most of the time, unless you dig into it. So, but I support this. It's a great application. I think they met. I think you're right. This worked like it's supposed to. We got a lot of input, but I think we have to assure the community that we realize the importance of a study. Don't like getting the cart before the horse in this way by starting to approve things, but This is right here by a ramp. Great presentation. Staff did a good job. They brought to our attention that it doesn't fit the comprehensive plan. But this is the case, and I know, ma'am, you said follow the plan. But in this case, the plan didn't get changed or updated after decades of time when so we can't, I think we'd be making a mistake if we got stuck in this case on following the comprehensive plan. I think we'd be better for this business here with the potential down the road for it to be an expansion of an existing business just to the south. So with that, I appreciate the effort that the applicant made and the staff made, and this looks like an appropriate rezoning case to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yield back the rest of your time.
Yeah, I'll give back the rest of my time.
Looks like Ms. Lasclette will take it.
No, I'm ready to vote.
Oh, okay. I'm sure this haven't lost anything. Okay, Mr. Alvarez, roll call vote.
Okay. Ms. Lascalette?
Oh, now's my chance. Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
And Chair, Mr. Funhouse?
Yes. All right, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Big hand on the 7. He is. Oh, there you go. All right, folks, 30 seconds. Warren, are we ready? Good to go? All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being back promptly on time. Appreciate that. We have two more cases this evening that are related. So, board, just to kind of give you a heads up of what we're going to do, we're going to have Ms. Sherry is going to present both, and we'll have one public hearing, but we will be taking two votes. Okay? All right. Thank you, Ms. Sherry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yes, as you had mentioned, we do have two more applications this evening. They are companion cases. One is a proffer amendment to revise the conceptual plan on 2006 zoning, and then a application for a conditional use permit for a self-storage mini warehouse facility. As Mr. Spoonhauer had mentioned, there's a lot of redundancy if I was to do this twice, so I am doing one presentation. The subject property is located on Pouncey Track Road in the northeastern portion of the county. The subject property, outlined in red, is zoned B1, Business General, and, Business General Limited. I'm sorry, I drew a blank. Let's see. It is Business General. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I wanted to get it correct for the record, however. The surrounding properties to the east and a little bit to the north is RPUD, which is the Parkside Village subdivision. To the north, it is also B1, Business General. That is the property that was Aw Shucks at 7-Eleven and a car wash now. The property to the east, which is cut out of what looks like this parcel, it's like a little cut out of it, that's B1 as well. That is actually a separate zoning case, a separate plan of development for a dance studio that was approved a couple of years ago. The comprehensive plan map designates this property as commercial, as it does to the north. To the to the west is the subdivision, so it's suburban residential. As you can see from the aerial, the property is primarily vacant and is mostly cleared. So as I mentioned before, two applications, a proffer amendment and a conditional use permit. The application that was approved back in 2006 has a conceptual plan that needs to be amended, and then, of course, the CUP for the warehouse. So a little bit of history. I'm going to first present the proffer amendment application, followed by the conditional use, so that's why it has the title on top. So a little bit of history. Back in 2006, this property was part of a larger 21-acre parcel. It was rezoned from A2, Agricultural Limited, to Business General with proffers for a commercial retail center fronting on Pouncey Track Road. The B1 was approved at the same time the residential for the Parkside Village subdivision. And I'm going to show you here on the 2006 conceptual plan, the retail center. The anchor appears to be like a commercial grocery store or a big box, along with some strip retail and some out parcels. What the applicant is proposing, the conceptual plan in front of you, is a self-storage mini warehouse, which is located in the center. It's proposed to be 3 stories, approximately 86,000 square feet. Also proposing an office building, which is approximately 7,800 square feet, and lastly, a commercial area, a commercial site over here, which is approximately 6,500 square feet. Let's see, there's also on the notable, there are 2 accesses to the property. One to the north is to Village Trail, and to the south onto Village Park Boulevard. It should be noted that there is a building height. I had mentioned that it is going to be a 3-story building. The applicant is proposing a height of 38 feet 2 inches. In the B1 zoning district, the base underlying height is 35 feet. The zoning ordinance does allow, so this is not anything that is asking specifically for a waiver or anything from the board, but it should be noted that for each additional side yard on both sides, an additional foot of building height is allowed up to 60 feet. The applicant has indicated that that is their intent to go to the 38 feet 2 inches, and that the conceptual plan does recognize that, shows the right amount of spacing to allow for that. That will be approved during plan of development. The applicant has not proffered the height. I do want to note that when we get to the conditional use permit, there is a condition that addresses this. The applicant has also, in addition to the conceptual plan, proffered elevations for the self-storage facility. In addition to that, they have given building materials for the self-storage buildings, as well as all the other buildings. There have been no elevations proffered for the commercial or office because they said they do not know who the users are going to be, so they will wait to design it accordingly. But the building materials have been proffered. So I had mentioned back in 2006 there were a number of proffers that were part of the original case. Essentially, the applicant is proposing to delete all the existing proffers and add proffers. So the reason being that staff went through them, they're either to be replaced with something, a new proffer, or they're no longer applicable because they're related to something that's already been completed or the larger development. As I mentioned, it was a 21-plus acre development prior to this application. So I am going to go through the proffers. The conceptual plan that was in front of you is going to be is proffered with this, along with the elevations. And as I mentioned, there are no elevations for the 2 other uses, the commercial and the office, but they do have building materials. They have a number of proffers related to the buffers. The first one is in reference to the buffer and berm along Parkside Village Boulevard that is existing. They are proposing to only impact that for potential stormwater and utility use, and to have a replacement plan if something is to be taken down during construction. Along Village Trail, they have identified on their conceptual plan an existing berm that they plan to retain, as well as a planting plan along that road. The I forgot to mention, is a 35-foot buffer, and along Village Trail, they're proposing a 15-foot buffer. Both of those exceed the requirements of the district. And then there's also a more detailed replanting requirements in the last one, talking specifically about distance and the type of plantings. Number 4, as I mentioned when I was showing you the conceptual plan, there are 2 entrances, one on Park Village Boulevard and then one at Village Trail. Excuse me. There are protective covenants so that the maintenance of the entire property will be done through an association. Hours of constructions are limited to Monday through Saturday, no Sunday unless there's some sort of emergency that needs to occur from the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. They have, as I mentioned, proffered the types of building materials for the commercial and the office building. So number 8, underground utilities. Then they also have earth moving construction, traffic limited. This does not prevent the trades and the building construction to access through Park Village Boulevard. They can access any place for that. Okay, so as you can see in front of you, there are a number of listed proffers that are prohibited. List of permitted uses that are prohibited. Most recently, there is the drive-through. So since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has added Z drive-through. That was as we get into the community involvement portion of this presentation, you'll see that was a major concern for the neighborhood. Number 11, they have proffered to extend the sidewalks on both the Northern Street and the Southern Street to the entrance. And now I'm going to go through the conditional use application. So as I had mentioned before, a CUP is required for a mini warehouse facility in the B1 zoning district. Just a little bit about how the business will operate. The individual storage units are inside. You cannot access them from the outside. You have to actually enter the building through a security system, which is either through a PIN or some sort of key to get into the building to access the units. The office is open from 9 to 5. The building is open to customers from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. I know that the hours were of concern that it would be open all night to the citizens. This is actually their normal business practice. So going through the conditional use permit conditions. So the use would allow for the self-storage facility. Based on these conditions, the conceptual plan as presented in the presentation has been proffered. A plan of development would be required before any use of the CUP would be allowed. There's to be no hazardous materials stored on site, as well as no outside storage. Some facilities store trailers and RVs for their customers. They are not allowed to do that. As part of this condition. Hours of operation, 7A to 9P, are consistent with what I presented and their normal hours. Building access is also their normal operations is now going to be a requirement. No business activity. So no business activity other than renting the storage unit and selling the related supplies such as boxes and tapes, things that are customary to this use. No truck or trailer or vehicle rental is permitted, so they won't have U-Hauls for people to rent. The only activity permitted in the storage unit is storage or removal of property. No residential, retail, or office activity is permitted. The applicant says that is their normal business practice. No servicing or repair or fabrication of automobiles, boats, lawnmowers, or any other appliance like this is also not permitted. I guess those are things that sometimes occur in this type of use. As I mentioned, the elevations that they have proffered are also tied to the conditional use permit. Lighting and the lighting height was a particular concern to the surrounding residents, and so the lighting height has been limited to 15 feet, and the applicant is agreeable to that. Building height. So I had mentioned that the ordinance could allow them to go up to 60 feet if they had the appropriate land to be able to do so. This condition will limit them at 39 feet. I figure 38.2 is a little specific, so this gives them a little bit of wiggle room. There's to be no outdoor speakers, and then our standard transfer of lease. There were 2 community meetings held on both these applications at the same time. Back in December, 37 citizens attended. Concerns were the height and the operation of the self-storage building, phasing of the development, number of entrants to the sites, traffic and permitted uses, A second community meeting was held in February. 35 citizens came to the meeting. Concerns included stormwater runoff, cost of maintenance of the existing stormwater pond, permitted uses, no access, the fact that there's no access to Pouncey Tract, as well as the maintenance of the existing berm and the need for sidewalks. So since the planning prior to the planning commission, staff had received 9 emails regarding these applications. 3 were in support of the proposed use, meaning what the conceptual plan is indicating, over the already approved retail center as currently allowed. The rest of the emails had to do with the height of the self-storage facility, lighting impact, number of proposed dumpsters and trash associated with proposed drive-through restaurants, for the sidewalks to be extended, and no through truck signs, and the maintenance agreement for the berm. Since the Planning Commission meeting, staff has received 9 additional emails regarding these applications. All were in opposition of the drive-through, and as I mentioned, the applicant has prohibited the drive-through use. And 5 were concerned about traffic and no through truck traffic. Back at the May Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended this application with a 4-0 vote. 2 citizens spoke and expressed the appreciation of the applicant's considerations of the citizens and their changes that were made to the application. The 2 speakers also noted items of concern. The no drive-through restaurant, which I mentioned, has been removed, as well as as well as eliminating permitted use for the 3rd proposed building on the site. That was the drive-through. I didn't have the old conceptual plan. And then lastly, they were also concerned with traffic and no through trucks signs being placed on both of the roads adjacent to the property. So as mentioned earlier, this was one presentation. You can have one public hearing. However, both must be voted on separately. I went through that very quickly. I know there was a lot of overlapping. I'd be happy to answer. And the applicant is also here.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Nice job. Board, any questions from Ms. Sherry before we see if the applicant wants to speak? Ms. Lasclette.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Sherry. So it wasn't that long ago that this board did become involved in a situation with the no through truck traffic situation. So just for the record, tell us what the process is.
So I've been working with our new transportation planner, Mr. Austin Goyne, has been working with VDOT to kind of pin down what the 2 processes might be. So the one would be that a public process would be part of a public hearing. You would have to meet certain thresholds, and the thresholds are a very high standard of traffic. I mean, it well exceeds anything that is currently on any of the streets in Parkside Village. And we've had this conversation with Parkside Village, so this should not be a surprise to them. So there's that, which takes into account, similar to what was done on Hayden's Fife Road. Is that where we was? Davis Mill Road. Thank you, forgive me. Similar to what was done there. And then they also have a smaller version, which is meant for residential areas, like a subdivision of this type. But again, they would not meet the threshold based on current traffic counts.
Right. But ultimately, it's VDOT who makes the decision.
To place signs in the right-of-way, that is correct. And they have those 2 processes.
Right. So regardless of what this board says and regardless of what the citizens say, ultimately, VDOT makes the final decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lasclette. Mr. Peterson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, in one of the letters you received, you mentioned that citizens were concerned about drive-through restaurant, and as I looked through the prohibited uses, that has been added. So just to clarify, drive-through restaurants is a prohibited use.
That is correct.
Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening. Andrew Browning, 923 Stonecastle Drive, Goochland, Virginia, with Youngblood Tyler and Associates, here representing Extra Attic Pouncy Tract LLC. I just have a short presentation I would like to go through tonight. So again, this slide just points out the existing site and what's out there today. This area right here is a large stockpile site that was kind of left over the remnants of the construction of the subdivision. There's a berm in this location along Park Village Boulevard. This is the site, Mr. Jim Lane's site, that he's got the approved plan of development on, and then there's a stream in this location as well. But most of the site is open. I'm sorry. This slide is showing the existing conceptual plan that was approved back in 2006. Highlighted in red is the area of this site, which shows a grocery store anchor with some strip mall, and then also like a car wash up on Pouncy Track Road. The B1 zoning that's in place allows for 46 principal uses under the current zoning. We had 2 community meetings with the neighbors, and they had various concerns regarding landscaping, buffers, the existing berm, stormwater drainage, traffic, lighting, permitted uses on the site, sidewalks, and preservation of the view sheds. This is their proposed layout. The larger building is the mini warehouse. This building is just a commercial building that we have up on along Pouncy Track. We do not have a user for that building currently. The building in the back is the future home, I hope, of Youngblood Tyler and Associates. We're also looking to relocate to Goochland from Hanover. Been around for engineering surveying company, been in business for 50 years and currently have about 35 employees. So we're working to design that building for our future home. Just want to speak to what we had done to try to address the concerns and be a good neighbor in this process. We proffered a landscape buffer along Village Trail with a berm, proffered a landscape buffer and berm along Park Village Boulevard. We adjusted the layout to try to preserve the existing berm that is along Park Village Boulevard. We initially had a second entrance from Park Village Boulevard into the site. We eliminated that entrance in an effort also to protect the berm. We located the mini warehouse in such a way that it was back in the corner next to the 2 commercial uses that are in place, or one in place and one that is approved. We oriented the mini warehouse so that the loading area would be back into the site, so to try to keep it from being visible from Village Trail and Park Village Boulevard. We proffered to extend the existing sidewalks along Village Trail and Park Village Boulevard up to the entrance into the site. We proffered elevations for the mini warehouse. We proffered building materials for the office and commercial buildings to ensure quality. We prohibited 26 of those 46 uses that were allowed by right with the B1 zoning, which now includes also the drive-through restaurant. We added a condition in the CUP in regards to lighting height. That was a concern. Ms. Lascalette spoke to the no-through trucks. We're willing to help in any way we can with that process. We could not put that as a proffer if it's something we couldn't do. I knew VDOT had an issue and had some processes with that. It appears that maybe we cannot do that, but we were supportive of that if it can be done, and we'll assist in that as well. Just wanted to put that on the record. My last slide, I just wanted to point out, traffic's always on everyone's mind. Traffic to and from the site was a concern. I had our traffic engineer do a trip generation analysis based on what was approved with the 2006 zoning versus what we are proposing. And what his analysis showed was that with the grocery store anchor and the car wash, it would generate approximately 3,171 trips per day. And with our proposed conceptual plan, will generate 371 trips per day. That represents a reduction of 2,800 trips, or a decrease of 88%. So, like I said, we have worked, answered a lot of questions, taken a lot of phone calls, worked very hard to try to be good neighbors and address the concerns of the neighbors. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we request that you. approve the case as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Any questions at this time for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to do the public hearing. As you heard Ms. Sherry and I state at the beginning of coming back from our short recess, we're going to do one public hearing for both, and then the board will vote on. So if you have comments on the application for the rezoning or the conditional use permit, now would be your time to bring them forward. As always, please start by giving us your name and your address.
My name's Steve Levitt. I'm at 7036 Ben Hall Circle. I live in Parkside, and I'm right adjacent to the property in question. And I first want to thank Mr. Browning and Mr. Farmer for everything that they've done and worked with us. They've been very good in back and forth and communicating and listening to our concerns. We are still, there's one issue that's still out there. The owner of the land, Scott Gazer, has indicated that when this goes forward, that the berm, an easement will be transmitted. The easement for the berm along Park Village Boulevard will go to the HOA. Parkside, this berm along Park Village Boulevard, the Homeowners Association is maintaining, we're paying for, we're watering, we're planting, we're lighting, and the sign for the subdivision is not on our land. It doesn't belong to us. And that has always been a concern, and we appreciate their willingness to try and maintain that berm because it's 6 feet tall and trees another 20 feet. And it's a good barrier to seeing anything commercial, but we would like to have control, and I'm hoping, I understand that there's a plan in place, although that's not part of this deal, but I want to encourage them that, this will, you'll be able to cede an easement to us and transfer it to our homeowners association so that we don't wake up one morning and the sign for the subdivision is gone. The other thing that we would like help with, the through traffic signs, VDOT won't let us put them up, or it doesn't look like they're going to, but we can put our own signs up on our property, and perhaps they'll help us putting that up. Even though they're not enforceable, it's still a deterrent, because when you get what's coming on down the road, perhaps with this Amazon fulfillment center, we do not want to see Parkside Village as a corridor, an artery to bypass the traffic light at Pouncey Track and 623. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate all the work and the help and the communication.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt.
Good evening. My name is Stella Clary. I also live in Parkside Village, 7234 Shenfield Avenue. And again, I also would like to echo my neighbor's comment. Thank you for working with us. I know you've been really good to work with us. And I know you mentioned earlier that no through truck sign is not something that the county can do. It's really up to VDOT. All I'm asking you is that as you develop this Pouncey Track corridor, we, the neighborhood, would really appreciate it if you could somehow put it somewhere in your sticklers there that says, as more companies are going to be added to this corridor, if you could work with VDOT. We can't, but I'm sure that the county has a lot more clout than we do. If you could just make it part of your task, to keep it in there, keep in mind fresh, to protect us, the neighborhood. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment hearing. Okay. All right, board. Questions, motions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve proffer amendment RZ 2006-0003A on 5.82 acres bordering Village Trail, Pouncey Track Road, and Park Village Boulevard as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Second.
Second. Okay. Any further discussion on our first case? Ms. Sherry, can you talk a little bit about, I don't know, and actually this may be Ms. McGee, I know we've had issues in where Mr. Alvarez and I live with developers and existing right-of-ways and things. So is that something that's within our purview, the concern that was brought up by Mr. Levitt around the berm being transferred? I think what I understood was you wanted to be transferred to the HOA?
Yeah, so, and again, Ms. McGee, to pipe in if I get off trail. That would be a private agreement between the property owner and the HOA. So that's not something that typically would be involved in in a zoning request.
Okay, so that's nothing that can be handled from a zoning perspective.
No, because in the event that they didn't do it, then it would be then the county having to get in the middle of something that really is a private.
We have no authority over the restrictive covenants. That is an agreement between the homeowners in that development. It's outside our purview.
I know in my case I have two developers that are trying to give the land to the HOAs, and it's quite the opposite. So hopefully we can get that worked out. All right, thank you for that. Okay, board. Any additional comments or questions? All right, Mr. Alvarez, roll call vote.
Ms. Mascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour?
Yes. Okay, and for our second.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board grant conditional use permit, CU 2022-0002, for a self-storage mini warehouse facility on 5.82 acres bordering Village Trail, Pouncey Tract Road, and Park Village Boulevard, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further conversation?
I do have one question.
Yes.
So that third building that we don't know I guess it doesn't even matter. So let me go back. The prohibited uses, I think Mr. Browning said there were like 46, or we've narrowed it down to 26 prohibited. So that means 20 classifications are allowed in B1 that would be allowed here. Is that right? What are the I was trying to compare this last case and check them off this list, but so what would be allowed here?
So I don't have a comprehensive list. I did that for our other case.
Yeah.
I do know, and I don't know if this is, perhaps this might be a better question for the applicant. He may have been a little bit more in detail with the negotiations. The list of the prohibited uses were based on conversations with the HOA and the surrounding neighbors. So I do know that whereas I was part of that back and forth, I think all of the general requests from the community were addressed. I can go to that slide, however.
Well, what I really want to know is what would the county allow under B1? What is going to be allowed forget what's been negotiated, what's discussed. What is in B1 that's not been prohibited?
Thank you, Andrew.
Ms. Lascalette, let me see if I might be able to
Okay,
have
great.
a different answer to your question. What's before you right now is a CUP that allows only one use, and that is a self-storage facility. And this CUP covers the same property as the rezoning you went through. So with the approval of this CUP, exactly one use is approved, a self-storage facility.
So the office building he discussed, that's not going to be approved. The third building that we don't know, that's not part of this.
That was the rezoning you guys just voted on, which is the bigger piece. What's before you right now is only the CUP for the one building storage facility. There are other buildings in the rezoning that was just voted on.
Which we just took action on.
We voted on the rezoning part. We're now on the CUP part.
Okay.
Requesting a CUP for self-storage. That's pretty much it.
All right, so my question is, other than the self-storage building, the other two buildings, what are the permitted uses?
I would have to go back and do the back and forth look and to see which 26. I'm afraid I do not have that in front of me. Let's see, I can go to,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, let's see.
Okay.
So these are the ones that are currently prohibited. Let's see. I'm going to actually go from here because I can see it a little bit better. So doing a real quick rundown.
Yeah, this is what's prohibited.
Correct, and I'm comparing it to the existing, so I'm going to go through, and fortunately, I think a majority of it is in alphabetical order. So it appears that a animal boarding kennel would be allowed, unless you see it on there someplace else. Call me out.
Yes,
Oh, I see it. Oh, and they're not in order.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Automobile, auto repair. What are you looking at? You're looking at.
I actually have the ordinance in front of me, so I'm literally just going down. So adult business is one of the uses that has been prohibited. Animal boarding. Auction house, is that on there? It is.
That's on there.
Automotive repair is on there. Sales and rental automobile. A barber shop.
So that's the first one.
Yep, a barber shop would be allowed.
Okay.
Bed and breakfast, I believe, is on there, right?
It's struck, yep.
Bicycle sales.
That's one that's
So
allowed.
bicycle sales would be allowed. A car wash. I do not.
Looks like that would be allowed.
A car wash. Convenience store, I believe, has been prohibited. Is that correct?
No.
Nope, no. Convenience store is actually on there. Dance school.
No.
Okay. Drive-through, as we know, has been prohibited. Dry
Elliptic,
cleaner. So a dry cleaner appears to be allowed. Farm equipment sales is prohibited. And
Funeral
banking
home's prohibited.
institution- I'm sorry?
Funeral home is prohibited.
Funeral home, thank you. Financial banking establishment, is that on there? I think that would be an allowed. Okay. A gas station. That's allowed. Hotel motel has been prohibited. Medical clinic, that is allowed. Office, professional medical, which is a little bit different. I believe that is also allowed. Packing and mailing services, that's allowed. Personal services, it appears to be allowed. Pharmacy, drugstore, allowed. And then recreational vehicle, motor home, it's prohibited. Thank you all. Repair services for computers, it is allowed. A retail store is allowed. Self-storage mini warehouse has a conditional use permit up for discussion. Shopping center. Shopping center would be allowed. Let's see, a studio for artists over 3,000 square feet allowed. Temporary trailer is not allowed. Thank you all.
We'll make a game out of this, right?
Veterinary hospital is not allowed. A bakery is allowed. A bar and nightclub is not allowed, nor is a pub, I believe. Allowed. Brewery, distillery, not allowed. Catering and delivery. I think that is allowed. Farm stand is allowed, yes. Farmer's market. Allowed, thank you. A restaurant, no drive-through is not allowed. A club and a lodge is not allowed. Golf course. Again, golf course. We're almost done, folks. I'm getting closer. Gun club, no. Recreational facility. Yeah, that would be with a conditional use permit. Theater, indoor, outdoor is prohibited. Adult daycare is prohibited. Broadcasting studio.
Can't recall that vote,
That would be allowed, but again, that's a CUP.
That's CP, yeah, forgive me, yes, that's correct. A broadcasting studio, I was depending on my background folks to help me out. That appears to be prohibited with the CUP. Broadcasting studio, again, with the CUP is allowed. Daycare center. It is not prohibited. There are certain use standards that would be required. A college and university is allowed. Yeah. I'm sorry?
It's not prohibited,
so it is allowed. Okay, convention hall. No. Fire rescue station is allowed.
Yep.
Government services would be allowed. Hospital is prohibited. Library is allowed. Yep. Nursing home. No. Park and ride lot. No. A school. That would be allowed.
With the CUP.
With the CUP, correct. Worship uses, so a church would be allowed. Lumber building fencing, as stated in our last case, would be allowed. Machinery sales.
No.
Nope. No. Petroleum storage. Nope. No. Plumbing and electrical supplies. No. Wholesale warehouse.
Struck.
No. Okay, then we're on the. So then now we are into the utilities, gas transmission. Yeah, the small cell communication, distribution facility, and utility generating.
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Okay.
Hopefully that
Chair.
was helpful, Ms.
Yes.
Can I come at could you please put up the conceptual plan?
Yes.
I'm going to come at this a little different way, try and simplify things and cut to the chase here if we can. By the way, I appreciate everybody's input.
I'm sorry.
It's a team event.
Play along.
I'm sorry to subject you all to that.
They're playing along at home.
I think this might be the third time I've actually read the.
The conceptual plan, where'd we go?
There we
Okay, so just to be clear, everything in green was part of the rezoning. It's been rezoned, right? So the CUP, now we're talking about that large building in the center.
Correct.
And this CUP we're considering on would be to say, okay, there's a self-storage and only a self-storage.
For the CUP, correct.
So now what we got left is those two smaller buildings.
Correct.
One of which we hope will have a tenant in the near term at some point here.
Correct.
And so that leaves us with that little tiny building up front. And this is the conceptual plan that's attached to the rezoning.
That's
so
correct.
if that little building up front changes in any material way, they would have to come back through this process again. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm pretty safe.
Thank you. I will remember that for next time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other? I believe we have a motion and a second on the table. Any other conversations, discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Las Colette?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhouse?
Yes. All right, folks, thank you, everyone, for your time. The motion passes. Congratulations to the applicant. Hope everybody will come out to the July 4th fireworks. I know you all live on the East End, but we'd love to see you out here for our July 4th celebration. It's one of the best in the area. Because of that movie, we are moving the meeting to the 6th, so we will be adjourned until July 6th at 2 p.m.
Sorry, I thought you said adjourned. That's how I was going to come up. I will have that in the future.